Oh, Miriam, tima camera, man. Miriam, this our sitting, tima camera. One good was.
Recording in progress.
Honourable members, please remain standing as we observe a moment for silent prayer or meditation. Please all be seated. Good afternoon, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining the sitting this afternoon. You will note that we are a few minutes late. The Finance Committee, the Select Committee on Finance, remains in a meeting, and the majority of presiding officers are engaged in that meeting. And so, therefore, we have had a slight hiccup with the start of the day today. Honourable members, I am therefore going to request your indulgence. I'm going to call on the Honourable Nue to come and please take the chair and proceed with the business of the day. The remaining members will join the meeting as soon as we possibly can. Honourable Nue.
Thank you, honorable members. The House in session. The next item on the agenda, we are going to be reading to the motions from different parties and members. And now I will allow the opportunity to delegates who wish to move motions without notice. And this will just take us 20 minutes of the session. And the first on the list to call is Honorable Mr. M.F. Mukwili. Over to you, sir.
Thanks very much, Chair, and honorable members, those that are in this August House and those that are on the visual platform, fellow South African. Chair, the motion without notice. I hereby move without notice that the Council note that today marks the beginning of Freedom Month, which commemorates the country's first democratic election and the end of apartheid, with Freedom Day celebrated on April 27. Chair, further note that this year South Africa commemorates Freedom Month under the theme 30 years of democracy, partnership and growth, which allow us to reflect on the nation's journey and the progress since 1994. And lastly, Chair, acknowledges the month of April will forever resonate in the history of our nation as the month that saw the first democratic election in 1994 that gave birth to the freedom of our people and marked the beginning of the constitutional democracy in our country. I so move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mukwili. Is there any objection to the motion? Thank you. It's a lesson on duty. The next on the list, it's Honorable Ms. M. Kennedy. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable House. Mine is a notice of a motion. I rise on behalf of the EFF Economic Freedom Fighters that in the next sitting, this House debates women's entrepreneurship and challenges faced in being encapsulated in the funds of Women's Empowerment Fund. As their socio-economic contributions and entrepreneurial potential remain unrecognized and untapped. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. The next member on the list is Honorable J.S. Majola.
Thank you, Chair. I rise in the name of Honorable Majola, a member of the Umkhonto weSizwe Party representing KwaZulu-Natal. Hereby give notice that he intends to move the following motion in the House. The National Treasurer has suspended approximately 900 million in conditional grants to 25 municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal due to poor financial management and non-performance. This affects essential programs like the Energy Efficiency Demand Side Management, EEDSM, Expanded Public Works Program, EPWP, and Municipal Infrastructure Grant, MIG, jeopardizing service delivery and the well-being of residents. Further noting that the Auditor General has previously expressed concerns regarding the financial performance and governance of some municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal. Effective and transparent financial management is crucial for delivering services and promoting the advancement of local communities. The Council resolved that the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation, and Human Settlements conduct an urgent inquiry into the reasons behind the suspension of these conditional grants.
Member, if you can move faster, your time is getting.
The committee engages with the National Treasurer, the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and the affected municipalities to assess the impacts of the suspension and identify corrective measures. Recommendations be made to ensure that municipalities adhere to proper financial management practices to prevent further occurrences of such suspension. I so move.
Thank you. Let's try to be on time. Let us not make a speech, but just a motion of notice. The next member on the list is Ms. Cake R. Mulokome. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair, and good day to honorable members in the House. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House debates the fact that South Africa has once again been ranked the most dangerous country to drive in during the next sitting. And also note that out of the 53 countries surveyed on road safety, South Africa came in at the bottom. I so move, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next member on the list, still moving on the notice of motions, is Honorable M. Peter. Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. The United Democratic Movement moves without notice that the House notes with grave concern the persistent and escalating backlog of over 140 DNA cases in the South African Police Service, forensic laboratories which severely hampers the criminal justice system and compromises the safety and security of South Africans. Further notes that there are only 3 functioning forensic laboratories in the entire country, which contributes to the backlog and limits the capacity to process evidence efficiently. Further notes the impact of backlog on the justice system, resulting in delayed investigations, prolonged court cases, and the denial of justice to victims and their families. UDM condemns the failure of the SARPs to address the DNA backlogs, which has embodied criminals and perpetuated a culture of impunity while eroding public confidence in the criminal justice system. UDM calls on government to urgently allocate adequate funding, appoint skilled forensic professionals, modernize forensic facilities, establish a future for future purposes. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Peter.
Chair.
Robert.
No, thanks very much, Chair. I see that there is confusion, Chair. Other members read the motion, notice of motion, others read the motion without notice. Because even myself, initially, you started with the motion without notice. I should think if we can be just to make sure that we only stick on the notice of motion first before we go to the motion without notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Chief Whip. Members, I'm sure you're following on the list that you have been provided with, that we are still busy with notices of motion. We are still coming to notices without notice. Thank you. The next member on the list is Honorable Ms. L.H. Aris.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Honorable Iris, I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that counsel in the next sitting debate South Africa's collapse of public health. The condition of healthcare system has been in shambles for quite some time now. So much so that in the Eastern Cape, Gauteng and Northwest Province, there have been numerous reports on the shortage of beds, poor medicine supply, long queues, and rude staff that humiliates and condemns our people to indignity. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. The next member on the list is Honorable M.E. Nzimande.
No, thanks, Chair. It's Nzimande. I rise on behalf of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party to give notice of motion that I shall move at the next sitting of this August House that the House debate inadequate resource allocation on water infrastructure, poor quality of water and sanitation challenges. We acknowledge legislative powers of the Minister, cosmetic, autonomous of various spheres of government, and the need of interdepartmental cooperation. We call for urgent action to address the ongoing crisis of water quality with the negative impact on health budget and its indicators. We demand a comprehensive strategy to resolve inadequate investment on water infrastructure. We urge government officials to enhance accountability for any complicity with the resultant of failure to provide quality water consistent with the acceptable and expected standards and prioritize the safety of water. Call for development, a reflection of a critical situation requiring immediate attention to restore public trust, confidence, and ensure that the rights as enshrined in the Section 24 of the Constitution is upheld. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Nzimande. It seems I've missed your initials. I included M. My apology. And please take us to the school where you manage your voice when you talk openly and when you read. It's quite different. The next member on the list is Honorable Miss M.M. Baines.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, all honorable members. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in the next sitting debate the report that people with disabilities lack accessible transport in Cape Town. Also note that the city's dial-a-ride has been fully subscribed for 7 years and that train travel is mostly inaccessible. Further note that the network of My City bus services is limited and its equipment for people with disabilities needs to be kept up. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Baines. Now, members, we will be moving now to motions without notice. And I've got a list here of 18 honorable members. And as you will know, the procedure, after every reading of a motion, we will ask whether there is an objection or whether there is no objection, and then we'll follow the rules as such. Thank you. The first member to address the House, motions without notice, is Honorable M.F. Mukwile. Over to you.
No, thanks very much, Chair. The motion without notice, I hereby move without notice that the Council knows that today marks the beginning of Freedom Month, which commemorates the country's first democratic election and to end apartheid, with Freedom Day celebrated on the April 27th. Further note that this year, South Africa commemorates Freedom Month under the theme 30 years of democracy, partnership and growth, which allow us to reflect on the nation's journey and progress since 1994. And lastly, Chair, acknowledges the month of April will forever resonate in the history of our nation as the month that saw the first democratic election in 1994 that gave birth to the freedom of our people and marks the beginning of the constitutional democracy in our country. I so move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mukwile, the Acting Chief Whip. Is there any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection to the motion, is agreed in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Then we move to the next speaker. It's Honorable T.M. Kaunda. I'm not sure there is on virtual or somebody.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I hope that I'm audible. I hereby move without a motion, without notice, on behalf of the African National Congress, for this House to note that last week the National Treasury published a report on local government revenue and expenditure for the second quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year. Also note that this report covers the performance against the adopted budgets of municipalities for the second quarter of the municipal financial year ending on the 31st of December 2024 and includes spending against conditional grants allocations for the same time frame. Further note with concern that even though several conditional grants expenditure was high and positive, which we commend the municipalities, the Municipal Disaster Recovery Grant is demonstrating a significant underperformance in the second quarter of the previous financial year with an expenditure of only 16.9%. This grant has consistently underperformed in recent years. Therefore, this House called on municipalities to improve their capacities and address the challenges related to utilization of the MDRG grant. I so move, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kaunda. Is there any objection to the motion? No, none. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We move to the next honorable member on stage, Honorable Ms. Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the DA, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes the deplorable and dangerous state of the road leading from the town of Leidenburg to Mashishing Township, which has become increasingly hazardous for motorists, public transport, and pedestrians. Further notes that this road serves as a vital economic and social link between the town and the township, and its current condition is negatively affecting school children, workers, and small businesses who rely on it daily. Acknowledges the growing frustration and legitimate concerns of the residents of Mashishing, who have raised the issue repeatedly with local authorities. Calls on the Tabashiro local municipality to urgently prioritize the repair and rehabilitation of this road and to provide a clear and time-bound action plan to the community. Further calls on the Provincial Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport to support the municipality in ensuring that this critical road infrastructure is restored to a safe and unstable state without further delay, and urges that regular maintenance plans be implemented to prevent future deterioration of this key access route. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Joe Boshoff. Is there any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection to the motion, it is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We will then move to the next speaker. It's Honorable Ms. Siwisa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighter, the House, to note the arrest of Mr. Radile Jacob Shupin, a former CFO of Tembelihle Municipality, and the two cashiers of Pukwana Municipality, namely Morage and Ayanda Dwanya. Further notes that Mr. Shupin was arrested for allegedly withholding the third-party payment between 2021 February to July 2023, while he was still the CFO of that municipality. And also the two cashiers of Morag and Dwanya were arrested on fraud of alternative tax and money laundering while employed at Pukwana Municipality. Also to recognize the act led to the municipality into the debt of 6 million for pension fund contribution of the employees. Further note, to recognize the corruption and official in the municipality is one of the main reasons why the municipality remain in debt and why the municipality debt program is dysfunctional, with only 11 out of 71 municipalities able to manage the debts. The economic freedom fighters call upon the municipality of the Minister of Justice to ensure that fraudsters are found guilty and they pay back the money that was stolen to the municipality. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next honorable member on the list is Honorable Ms. S.M. Mokoena.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the MK Party to move without a notice that this House notes with grave concern that several municipalities across the country have failed to spend their allocated municipal infrastructure grant, the MEAG funding, resulting in the return of these unspent funds to National Treasury. Further notes that the failure to utilize these funds deprives communities of the critical infrastructure development, including roads, water, sanitation, and other essential services. Also calls on the National Treasury and COCTA to publish a detailed report listing all these municipalities that have returned unspent MEAG grant, thereby naming and shaming those that have failed in their duty to serve our communities. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. Is there any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next member on the list is Honorable Ms. S. Ndlovu.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of Honorable Ndlovu, I move without a motion on recruitment of permanent workers in Limpopo. I hereby move without notice on behalf of African National Congress that I cancel #1 note with sense of pride that the Limpopo MEC of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, NS Rachweni, has welcomed yet another batch of newly recruited men and women who have joined the department as permanent workers today, the 1st of April 2025. Number 2, also note that this is part of the MEC's commitment to strengthen the internal capacity to deliver service to the people of Limpopo. Number 3, further note that this further shows action in motion as far as responding to one of African National Congress manifesto and the 7 administration priorities, which is job creation and reduction of poverty. Number 4, call on other government departments and provinces to intensify efforts to create jobs. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sitole. Is there any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution, and the next member on the list is Honorable M.M. Peter.
Thank you, Chair. I have already moved without notice. I don't know whether should I repeat my motion.
Can save the House the time we can.
Thank you so much.
And I'm sure I'm in line. Thank you very much. Then we move to the next speaker, Mrs. Ambi Ndlangiza Nodada.
Thank you, Chairperson. Motion without notice on AfriForum involvement in the rape case of the 7-year-old Cwecwe. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council note with a sense of disgust the involvement of the right-wing group AfriForum in the tragic rape case of a 7-year-old Cwecwe in the Matatiele area of the Alfred Nzo district. Also note that their private prosecution unit is not involved to assist the vulnerable child, but to defend a white male who may be a suspect or a person of interest in the case. This goes on to show that AfriForum is a group of racist minority that is not interested in justice, but rather to protect whiteness and white supremacy. Therefore, call on all South Africans, black and white, male and female, to rally behind the support all efforts to get justice for Cwecwe. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nodada. Is there any objection to the motion? There's a hand.
Yes, Chair, I object.
Chair, also please.
Anybody? Okay, there being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of no motion. It will become and will become a notice of motion because of that objection. Thank you. We then move to the next speaker, Honorable Mr. N.H. Pinar.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes that the industrial park, Ekandustria in Bronkhorstspruit, has been crippled by unreliable water supply and electricity, which has negatively affected the output of the factories and their ability to provide sustainable job opportunities for the surrounding communities. And that we call on the Mpumalanga Provincial Government, and specifically the MEC for Economic Development, to urgently intervene in the Mpumalanga Economic Growth Agency, also known as MEGA, to restore the dilapidated Ekandustria to its former glory. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pinar. Is there any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution, and we move to the next speaker is Honorable Ms. S.Z.N. Ngobo.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the MK Party and the people of South Africa to move motion without notice that this House urge and call for justice for Cwecwe. I move without notice that the House notes with shock and outrage the heinous crime committed against 7-year-old Cwecwe, who was allegedly drugged and raped at her school in Matatiele on October 14, 2024. The House further notes that the school failed to take adequate action and the perpetrator remains at large. The House resolves to condemn in the strongest possible terms the brutal and senseless crime committed against Cwecwe. The House resolves to demand that the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, the Minister of Police, and the Minister of Basic Education take immediate and decisive action to ensure that justice is served and that those responsible are held accountable. The House resolves to call on the relevant authorities to provide counseling and support services to Cwecwe and her family. The House resolves to urge the national and provincial governments to intensify efforts to address the scourge of violence and abuse against women and children.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your
including-
time is up. I advised earlier on, let's not make speeches.
I
but
so
motions.
move.
Thank you very much. Realizing that the same motion was already objected to, it will therefore not be carried.
Not the same.
Point of order, Chair. Chair, point of order. The previous motion was an objection against AfriForum. This one is against the victim. It's not the same motion. This one we have no objection to.
That was progressive.
I will, let me just consult because I think there was 2 in 1. Let us just make sure that we were listening to the same radio. Okay, thank you, Honorable. Nothing is lost. The same statements were used in the same motion, but for different objective. However, they need to be married somehow, and the advice is that they will be looked into because they had the same connotation as far as the issue that relates to the incident that happened to a child in Cwecwe.
Point of
Are
order.
you
Sorry,
still
Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
If I may reply, the one motion referred to AfriForum and the other one referred to the victim. It was the same victim, but the one motion was meant towards AfriForum and the other one was meant towards the victim. Therefore, the one that was meant as a complaint against AfriForum was rejected, but the other one is not rejected. Thank you.
That's why I'm saying that will be looked into so that we can get a response from the people who will look into those rather than say, let them be read again. Because the House that is advising me has listened carefully to the statements, and therefore they will look into it and then they will report back to the House as to which motion is carried, which motion is not carried. Why are you so...
It's 2 different motions, 2 separate
Okay.
motions.
Can I give honor?
No, thanks, Chair. Procedurally, you've got a motion. There's no objection to it, it stands. All right? That's how we move. The question of you look, no, it doesn't apply. Thank you.
As I have said, we've got can we listen? We have a table that is advising on the proceedings of the House. And they have listened to the reading of the motions. And that's why they advised the chair that if a motion has already been objected to, the way they listen to, the other one will therefore not necessarily be considered, but a letter can be written. Therefore, that remains still a property of the House, and it will still be dealt with and be processed accordingly. Hence, I'm saying nothing is lost. Honorable Mukwena.
Chair, I'm sorry, but your explanation doesn't suffice. These are two different motions with two different objectives. One was talking about an organization, I think AfriForum. One is talking about a victim that has been victimized. I mean, it's going on everywhere in the country. It will be wrong for this House to say that they will take a decision today to say they would look into it, because it's something that's happening right now. It's two different motions. So please rule accordingly. Thanks.
Okay, members, thank you very much, Honorable Mukwena. You still agree with me that these two matters will be processed accordingly. If it is found that your argument stands, then it means that motion will stand. But we shouldn't just force it, even if we think somehow we did not capture it the same way. Thank you very much. We will then move forward. Then the next speaker is Honorable Ms.
Chair.
M. Dlamini.
Sorry, a point of order, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I rise on point 94, notice of a motion. Point 1, a notice of a motion in the form of a draft resolution must be submitted in writing, and that has not been done in this case. So it cannot be that you carry the first notice about AfriForum, but the second one is fine. Thank you.
Which one were you saying was not?
Remember, Chair, you said that it is not carried and therefore you are referring it to a notice of a motion. It is incorrect because it must be submitted in writing. Thank you.
I'm still a little bit lost if you say it must be submitted in writing, but let us agree, Honorable Member, that the advice that we have been given will not mislead us. And if there is anything that is picked up later on that somehow our decision was not in line with the rules of the House, it can still be revisited and recorrected. Thank you very much. Can I therefore ask Honorable Ms. Dlamini to address the House on the motion?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Allow me to rise on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House note with sadness a sense of loss the untimely passing away of Mr. Itumeleng William Kozwane, fondly known and called Benny Kozwane, on the morning of that fateful Sunday, 29 March 2025, in his peaceful sleep after a long illness. He was also among the first detachment of young activists of the African National Congress to serve in the first provincial government after the 1994 democratic breakthrough. A former Director General of National Department of Human Settlement and amongst the special advisors of the Premier of Free State. Therefore, we call on this August House to send its heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, the Premier of Free State, the Free State MEC of Kokta and Human Settlement, and the African National Congress in the Free State. I so move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. I am sure members, we will all remember the late Honorable Benny Kotswani. And when we start with our proceedings, we observe moment of silence, that it has been done also to take into account such matters if they come during the debates. Honorable Zimane.
No, Chair, I'm just objecting that he was in a first detachment of the African National Congress. But yes, on a lighter note, we.
Honorable Zimande, please make sure also we still follow the procedure of the House so that we don't get carried somehow. Is there any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much for your input further on, Honorable Nzimande. Then we move to the next person on the list is Honorable Mr. S.A. Zulu.
No, thanks a lot, Honorable Acting Chairperson. Siyakufanele leso sithulu. However, there is always a first time for everything. Keep it up. Motion without notice. I, Sifiso Zulu, a member of National Council of Provinces, move without notice that this House urgently requests the Minister of Defense to provide an immediate explanation regarding the reported security breach at a key military installation. This serious security breach has compromised national security and put lives at risk. As this House has a constitutional duty to hold the executive accountable for national security matters, I urge the Minister to provide an immediate explanation and outline the measures that will be taken to address this breach and prevent future occurrences. The reasons for this motion are to ensure national security, protect lives, and hold the executive accountable for national security issues. I move that this motion be adopted by the House without delay. I so move, Acting Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Zulu. Is there any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Then we will move to the next speaker. Thank you for the accolades, Honorable Zulu. The next speaker is Honorable Mr. M. Theni. Is he on visual or is there a member who speak? Okay. Honorable Theni, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm on visual. May I proceed?
You can proceed, Honorable Theni. We see you.
Yeah, may I proceed, Honorable Chair? Yes. Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
You seems to be hibernating. Is your network okay? Honorable Theni, are you able to proceed?
Yes, yes, Honorable Chair. Am I audible enough?
So, we will tell you if you are not. You can proceed.
Yes, am I audible now, Chair? Hello?
Honorable Theni, we are running out of time. We still have got another session here after. Please, can you proceed? You have been given opportunity.
Yes, Chair, that hands-on leadership of Honorable Minister Nobuhle in terms of addressing the issues of students when they are faced with the question of accommodation and also the question of NFSAS, Chair. Also, Chair, that the minister have been directly hands-on and then physically in these institutions of higher learning directly, Chair. And also that she took a courageous also, as I have stated, Chair, and also we owe a speedy resolution of the crisis of accommodation, although temporarily, to her decisive and visionary leadership, which has demonstrated her attributes as the real servant of the people. Therefore, calls upon August House to salute the minister and express his her undivided appreciation of her leadership when it comes to needed most. I so move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Feni. Ultimately, is there any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We move to the next speaker. Is Honorable Ms. O.D. Midupi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to rise on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House note with pride the continuous landmark successes of South African law enforcement agencies in detecting and identifying concealed drugs in the bodies of some foreign nationals and South Africans, criminal syndicates intended for illegal trafficking into South Africa and other parts of the world through OR Tambo port of entry, through enhanced digital and technological capabilities. That week by week over the recent past, the South African services, police services, the Border Management Authority, and other law enforcement agencies have arrested several South Africans and foreign nationals who attempted to enter our country illegally with drugs concealed in their bodies. Believing that these groundbreaking successes are mainly due to enhanced coordination and cooperation within our law enforcement agencies and digital and technological capabilities, I therefore call on our criminal justice cluster to build on these successes by investing more in digital technology capabilities. And lastly, I salute all the heads of our criminal justice for these landmark successes. I therefore move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Midupi. I was just observing. Okay, she's getting assistance. Our next speaker on the list before, sorry, I got distracted by Honorable Sithole. She almost fell there. Sorry, ma'am. Is there any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We move now to our new Ms. Ndlovu Gazi, sitting next to Ndlovu, Honorable Ms. A. Machobeni.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, honorable members. A motion without notice, agent government intervention requires to stay violence in Gqeberha, that this House condemns in the strongest possible term the brutal killing of Solani Lani Mzinya, who was shot dead in Gqeberha on the 22nd of March 2025, and express its deepest condolences to his family and loved ones. This House is alarmed by the escalating violence in Gqeberha, which has resulted in the loss of numerous innocent lives, and notes with concern that the government has failed to take decisive actions to address this crisis. No arrests have been made in connection with these killings. We urge the government to take immediate and concrete steps to deploy additional security personnel to Gqeberha to maintain law and order, establish a special task force to investigate these killings and bring perpetrators to justice.
We demand that the government prioritize the safety and security of all citizens. May the soul of Solani Lani Manzinya rest in peace. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Machobini. Is there any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Then we move to the next speaker, Honorable E. Zemande.
Thanda singixoxile. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Just like we treated the motion of Honorable Peter, the two motions will therefore be regarded as having no objected to, and they will be recorded as such. We move to the next speaker, Honorable Ms. D.W. Finis.
Honorable Chairperson, allow me to rise on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notes with pride the highest honor and honorary doctorate in philosophy awarded to one of the best legends of our music industry, Jonathan Butler, by the University of Stellenbosch. Noting that our artists have and continue to play a critical role in shaping a positive narratives about our collective culture, our past, our future, and our present in the language most understood by ordinary people. Therefore, congratulate Dr. Jonathan Butler for his achievement, which will serve as an inspiration to many of our people. Further salute the academic leadership of Stellenbosch University for the decision to recognize Dr. Jonathan Butler for his exemplary leadership and entrepreneurship. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finis. Is there any objection to the motion? No objection. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. And then we move to the last speaker on the motions without notice. And we will be addressed by Honorable Ms. J.S. Mananiso, unless she take up the podium.
Thank you, Chairperson.
At the same time as you start, thanking you very much for allowing me to be chair of the proceedings.
All right. Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council note with consent that 23 South Africans were rescued from Myanmar as part of 7,000 other individuals from various countries in Myanmar. Also note that these men and women were lured to the Kingdom of the Thailand under false pretense by an employment agency that promised them lucrative jobs that were advertised on various social media platforms. Thirdly, further note that the victims were held captive for more than 4 months in the cybercrime compound in Myanmar, which borders Thailand. Applauds the work of various government departments, especially TERCO and Social Development, in the investigation, preparations, and as well victim support provided to these compatriots. We call on the members of the public to exercise extreme caution when considering employment opportunities abroad. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mananiso. I now put the motion to the House. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objections, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the period for motions, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Nue for stepping in and doing an admirable job in the absence of the presiding officers. Thank you very much indeed, and well done, sir. Honourable members, delegates, that now brings us to the orders of the day. And the first matter on the order paper for today is the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Public Petitions and Executive Undertakings. That report was published in the announcements, tablings and committee reports dated 28th of November on page 54, relating to the hearing of the Kutsong petition held on 24th of October 2024, and the report was adopted on the 19th of November 2024 by the committee. I therefore call on the Honourable Mokai, who is the chairperson of the Select Committee on Public Petitions and Executive Undertakings, to present the committee report. Honourable Mokai.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. The Select Committee on Public Petitions and Executive Undertakings, referred to as the committee, having considered the Kutsong petition, referred to the committee by the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces for its consideration and resolution, reports as follows. The Kutsong petition was submitted to the NCOP by Mr. Jeremiah Ramokwatedi, who is the petitioner, on behalf of the concerned community members of Kutsong, Carletonville in the Gauteng province. The petitioner alleges the following. Residents of Kutsong in Carletonville have been living in fear for many years due to the sinkholes posing a threat to their safety and infrastructure. The sinkholes have left many families displaced, affected water quality, and damaged infrastructure in the area. The government has failed to provide psychosocial support to the affected families. The government is not involving the affected families in the rehabilitation of sinkholes project. Consequently, the petitioner requested the assistance of the National Council of Provinces to facilitate the declaration of Kutsong a national disaster area due to the escalating large sinkholes in the area. Following the referral of the petition to the committee resolved to have a hearing on the petition to afford the petitioner an opportunity to make first-hand oral submissions to the committee on the petition submitted to the NCOP, and also to allow relevant stakeholders to make submissions on the issues raised in the petition. The committee further resolved to couple a hearing on the petition with an inspection local to the community. The committee conducted the inspection in loco to establish the veracity of some of the issues raised in the petition, namely the issue of escalating of large sinkholes in the area, at schools, at roads, sewage infrastructure. During the inspection, the committee members were led to the following areas. Hlanganani Primary School, Sompane Drive, Extension 3 in Kutsong, Rest in Peace, and Masilwane Road. The committee made the following observations in relation to the submission made to the subject matter. The committee observed that the Kutsong residents have been subjected to living in life-threatening the conditions of more than 12 large unbarricaded sinkholes and sewer spillages. The committee noted the infrastructure and residential development in Kutsong North, extensions 2 and 3, are clearly exposed to high-risk dolomite conditions and are very vulnerable to damage from the creation of the sinkholes and subsidence. The committee has observed that certain households in Kutsong Township are still living next to a deep sinkhole, the Sompane one, where earthworks are located, even though relocation interventions have been implemented. However, some of the families were willing to relocate only if they can receive emergency housing units from the national and provincial government. Through in-depth discussions, the committee noted allegations from community members on two matters. First, that the current municipal financial systems are dysfunctional, and second, the competing service deliveries are in a legal dispute and the municipality is unable to track and trace daily income and expenditure as a result of dubious financial transactions. In response to the sinkholes in Morafe municipality, COGTA presentations highlighted that in the state of the province, the following were pronounced: to establish a permanent emergency disaster management site, declaration of a disaster, the implementation of an early detection system of sinkholes, the provision of psychosocial support to affected families, running a public campaign about the dangers of the sinkholes. The committee is encouraging communities in the area to migrate to in reasonable time to an area where it's made available for their safety. Chair, following extensive deliberations on the submissions made during the hearing on the petition, the committee recommended the following: that the Select Committee demands a report from the Department of COGTA in Gauteng detailing measures put in place to ensure that challenges are progressively resolved. and that were made towards a progressive realization and monitoring of transformers in affected areas, and a report indicating the following. A progress on the engagement with the provincial executive, stepping in and providing support to the municipality, addressing the interventions of the municipality on aging infrastructure and other matters. In the process leading to the 3-month period stipulated, the municipality is requested to provide the NCOP with a monthly progress report indicating the steps they have taken to the affected areas. And that should include a progress on the engagement with the provincial executive stepping in and providing support to the municipality. A progress report with the department. All informal settlements surrounding the northern and eastern boundaries of Kutsong must be prioritized for resettlement, and any area outside the intolerable hazard areas must receive urgent replacement or upgrade of water service infrastructure and stormwater drainage system. Further, we request that the COCTA to conduct forensic investigations on all procurement and payments made to service providers from January 2024 to date on the following items: the alleged irregular appointment of the JMS project and questionable payments for work not done. Mfuyi Holdings Pty, questionable appointment to provide advice services. Reckless recruitment of staff and duplication of designations. Municipal manager guarded and protected by a bouncer. Appointment of dubious and questionable senior officials. This was all part of the allegations made by the petitioners and the stakeholders. And further, a provincial disaster management center of the province is required to make a determination on whether the event should be regarded as a disaster in terms of Section 35 of the Disaster Management Act. A progress report from the Premier's office on the undertakings that he has made, providing the committee with timeframes and plans for which these undertakings will be implemented. Chairperson, in closing, and members, the committee recommends that the House adopt the report on the Kutsong petition. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Makai. Thank you for presenting your report, and thank you to yourself and the committee for the work done on the matter. Honourable delegates, the report has been duly presented, and I now put the question. The question is that the report be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I'd like to allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish, with a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. Are there any provinces wanting to make a declaration? There being no declarations, we shall now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the report be agreed to. I now call on the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, please, the heads of delegations must indicate whether they are in favour, against, or abstain. Let's start, as usual, with the Eastern Cape.
Afternoon, Chairperson. On behalf of our whip, Honorable Nonkonyana, who is absent, Eastern Cape supports.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Free State.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Free State support the report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Let's move to Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. Gauteng supports the report.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
Chairperson, on behalf of the province of KZN, we support the report.
Thank you very much, Honourable Billy. Limpopo. Limpopo.
I've delegated Honorable Pala. Maybe I don't know whether he saw the message.
Honourable Pala.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Limpopo support the report.
Thank you very much indeed. Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Chairperson, and the Honourable House. Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Northern Cape supports. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mabilo. Northwest.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As Northwest, we support.
Thank you, Honourable Sitole. And the Western Cape.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The Western Cape will support.
Thank you, Honourable Badenhorst. Voting is now closed. All 9 provinces have voted in favour. I therefore declare the report agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable delegates, we now proceed to the subject for debate as printed on the order paper. The debate today is a debate on unlocking South Africa's economic potential, removing barriers to investment, innovation, economic growth and job creation. I now call on the Honourable Badenhorst to open the debate. Honourable Badenhorst.
Honourable House Chair, honourable members, fellow South Africans. Today, we rise in this House not only to debate a topic of vital national importance, but to confront the economic crossroads at which our country finds itself. This is by no means a ceremonial moment. It's a critical call to action. We are here to speak plainly, to act boldly, and commit ourselves to unlocking South Africa's economic potential by removing the self-inflicted barriers to investment, innovation, economic growth, and job creation. We meet here today under the banner of urgency because the time for hollow slogans and failing economic ideologies is long gone. We debate this at a time when our unemployment rate remains one of the highest in the world, when young people sit at home disillusioned, when businesses are shattered by red tape, power cuts, and policy uncertainty, and when even those lucky enough to have a job find that their wages buy less, while their taxes support more and more wastage. At stake is the economic future of 62 million South Africans. At stake is the difference between a country of dignity and prosperity and a country condemned to decay and dependence. Nelson Mandela once said, and I quote, "Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of justice." We say here today, fixing this economy is not a luxury, honourable members. It is a moral imperative. We have indeed become a country trapped by policy failure. Why do I say this? Well, for 30 years, the African National Congress has promised prosperity and delivered poverty. It has spoken of inclusion while entrenching exclusion. It has built a bloated, cadre-deployed, failing state that crowds out the private sector, undermines entrepreneurship, and relies on an ever-diminishing tax base to sustain a system of patronage, inefficiency, and decay. So let us be clear. The ANC's economic policies have failed. The obsession with central planning, localization at all costs, and race-based empowerment schemes has resulted in jobless growth and growthless jobs. What has localization delivered? Higher costs, declining exports, and rent-seeking cartels protected from competition. What has cadre deployment delivered? Hollowed-out institutions, failing state-owned enterprises, and service collapse. What has broad-based black economic empowerment delivered? Not broad empowerment, but enrichment for the few, while 30 million South Africans remain trapped in poverty. The ANC wants to nationalize the Reserve Bank, manipulate monetary policy, and raid foreign exchange reserves. Members, these are not reforms. They are economic vandalism. They risk inflation, currency collapse, and capital flight, all at the expense of the poorest South Africans. It's therefore comes as no surprise that the once mighty ANC has become a hollowed-out 39% party in the political landscape of South Africa, and it's spiraling towards irrelevance
very fast. Where the ANC governs, the lights go out, trains don't run, and taps run dry. We've seen that on how many oversight visits to the central parts of this country recently. Where the DA governs, homes are connected to the grid, trains run on schedule, and investment is welcomed, not chased away. Honourable Chair, the real barriers to growth is a failure of policy, not of potential. South Africans are not failing. The ANC's economic policies are. Our people are creative, they are capable, and they are entrepreneurial. But they are suffocating under red tape, blackouts, broken infrastructure, and bad policies. The ANC government's obsession with central planning, race-based procurement, and state monopolies has crushed growth and has killed jobs. The ANC Youth League, my mistake, the EFF, offers no better solution. Only a more radical version of the same failure. Expropriation without compensation, nationalization of land and mines, and economic policies that would bankrupt this country in record time. In fact, faster than what the Commander-in-Chief can say, farewell, Floyd. The MK Party and Patriotic Alliance peddle populist slogans. No policies there. They are long on rhetoric, short on delivery, and allergic to accountability. In contrast, Honourable Chair, the Deputy Democratic Alliance offers South Africa a credible, costed and tested path to prosperity. Our plan is rooted in realism, not ideology. It is based on international best practice, not Soviet-era economics. And it's guided by a belief in the ingenuity and potential of South Africans, not the dictates of the state. Our economic policy is designed to unleash enterprise, grow the economy, and creating between 1.9 million and 2.5 million new jobs over the medium term. This is not a pipe dream. It is grounded in the lessons we have learned from running the Western Cape. And I put it to this House today, Honourable Chair, if you want to see what a competent, forward-thinking government looks like, you do not need to look at Singapore or Switzerland. You can look at the Democratic Alliance-run Western Cape. I hear lots of saying, but in that there's emptiness. Let us look at the facts.
Honourable Bartels, won't you take your seat, please? Honourable Kirika, what is your point of order?
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair. Can I ask if the member will take a question? Will the member take a question?
Honourable Bartels, would you like to take a question?
Honourable Chair, it's not in my purview to go into a battle of wits with an unarmed person, so I will discontinue with my speech.
Thank you. Please continue, Honourable Bartels.
White arrogance.
Thank you very much. And I put to this House today, Honourable Chair, that we need to look at the facts. Broad unemployment in the DA-run Western Cape is over 15 percentage points lower than the national average. It is the best-run province in terms of infrastructure rollout, clean audits and service delivery, all of which are critical to economic growth. The city of Cape Town, by way of example, consistently leads the country in infrastructure rollout, clean governance and investor confidence. For the 2024-25 financial year, Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis announced that 75% of the city's 12 billion rand infrastructure spending for this period, which amounts to some 9 billion rand, is allocated to directly benefit lower-income households. This initiative is part of a broader 39.5 billion rand infrastructure investment over 3 years, projected to create approximately 130,000 construction-related jobs. In fact, the Western Cape created 4 out of every 5 jobs added to the South African economy over the past 5 years. 4 out of every 5 jobs. This is no coincidence, honourable members. This is the result of DA policies in action. So how do we unlock South Africa's economic potential? One, you fix the fundamentals. You build a capable state. Economic growth cannot take root in the soil of dysfunction. We must end cadre deployment and build a lean, capable, professional state that is focused on delivery, not patronage. We will reduce the number of ministries, enforce performance management, and prosecute corruption without fear or favor. Honourable Chair, if we are serious about economic revival, about stretching every rand to build more roads, schools, and hospitals, then we must confront the uncomfortable truth about the public procurement bill. As it stands, this bill doesn't unlock opportunity. It locks us into a cycle of inflated costs and diminishing returns. By entrenching rigid preferential procurement policies, it slaps a premium on every tender, forcing government to pay more and get less. This isn't empowerment. It's a hidden tax on the poor who suffers the most when services are delayed or diluted. Instead of rewarding excellence and competitiveness, it rewards compliance with political checklists. We cannot build a thriving, growing economy on a foundation of inefficiency and patronage. If we want investment, if we want jobs, we must demand value for money, not value for cadre deployment. We've got to free the job market, reform our labour laws to make it easier for businesses to hire. This includes exempting SMMEs from centralised bargaining agreements, stopping minimum wage hikes that shut the poor out of work, and introducing a youth employment opportunity certificate to allow young people to take jobs currently denied to them by inflexible wage laws. It is immoral, in fact, that a willing worker and a willing employer are legally prohibited from entering into a job contract just because of some blanket national policy. The ANC is beholden to COSATU. The DA is beholden to the unemployed. Launch a startup nation. We need to make South Africa a place where small businesses thrive. This includes removing import duties on essential business tools like bakkies, rolling out one-stop shops to streamline business registration, promoting micro-lending and crowd investing, supporting informal entrepreneurs through permits, infrastructure, and simplified tax systems. We've got to cut the cost of living and cut the cost of doing business. Electricity, water, and logistics, these are the arteries of economic growth. Yet, as seen recently, Eskom and Transnet have become chokeholds on the economy. The Democratic Alliance will end bailouts to state-owned enterprises. We will accelerate private sector participation in energy and logistics. We will remove administered price distortions and rebuild infrastructure and protect it from sabotage. We will scrap broad-based black empowerment and embrace real empowerment. The DA will replace race-based empowerment with a non-racial, means-tested model aligned to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. This will reward businesses for reducing poverty, improving education, and creating jobs, not for ticking racial boxes and for signing checks to connected elites. We cannot fight racism with more racial classification. We cannot build a fair society by perpetuating unfairness. Real empowerment is not about your surname or your proximity to the Thule House, or VBS Bank for that matter. It's about the opportunities you can access. Our trade policy is simple. Focus on exports, not protectionism. Grow industries through competitiveness, not subsidies. Promote downstream sectors, not oligopolies. It's a big word for some of you. Review all tariffs and trade agreements regularly to ensure that they serve the people and not the monopolists. We must move from being a country obsessed with beneficiation to one obsessed with productivity. South Africa is teetering on a fiscal cliff. Our debt is unsustainable. Our tax base is shrinking. Our grants are unfunded. As the economist Paul Romer once quoted as saying, and I quote him, "A crisis is a terrible thing to waste," unquote. The economic crisis South Africa finds itself in, thanks to 30 years of failed ANC governance, must spark bold reform. That spark and reform will come from sound, proven economic policy and implementation. The DA will introduce a fiscal rule to cap debt, stop wasteful spending, and ensure that every rand is spent creates growth, not dependency. We will convert the social relief of the stress grant into a job seekers grant, an active pathway into employment, not a permanent poverty trap. You cannot grow in the 21st century with a 19th century education system. So therefore, the DA champions investment in digital learning and early childhood nutrition. Programs like the Kaalicha Bandwidth Barn, a township-based tech hub, provide tech, digital and business skills to thousands of young South Africans. These young innovators are starting businesses, accessing global markets, and breaking the cycle of poverty, not because of government's handouts, but because of opportunity. We will bring this innovation model to every township and rural hub, ensuring that talent, not geography, determines your future. We are partnering with industry to expand apprenticeships and tech hubs. The Western Cape government has implemented an industry-driven skills development model aimed at aligning educational outcomes with the specific needs of its key economic sectors through the youth cafes all over the province. This approach focuses on creating a skilled workforce tailored to the demands of local industries, thereby enhancing economic growth and reducing unemployment. Even the Deputy President asked for more information about this in this very house last week, you might recall. The Western Cape government promotes education consisting of science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics, along with entrepreneurship and mother tongue education. Let us be clear, innovation does not come from government departments. It comes from unleashing the creativity of people. Our job is clear to the path. Our job is to clear the path, not to block it with bureaucratic rubble. We need to be unified in prosperity, not divided in poverty. Let us not be divided by false populism or fake nationalism. Let us be united by the belief that South Africa can work if the government gets out of its way, creates a conducive environment, and allows enterprise to thrive. As the late Lee Kuan Yew from Singapore said, and I quote, "The task of the leader is to get his people from where they are to where they have not been," unquote. We as a country have never truly experienced what inclusive economic growth looks like. The DA is ready to lead South Africa there. In fact, looking at our ministers in the GNU, the DA is already doing it. Honourable Chairperson, imagine what South Africa could look like if we applied the Western Cape model to the entire country, where police are devolved to competent local governments, where capable metros run their own rail, where municipalities partner with the private sector to build infrastructure and power homes, where schools teach innovation and not ideology, where investment is welcomed and not regulated to death, where jobs are created, not by ministerial decree, but by businesses free to grow. This is not a fantasy. This is reality in the Western Cape, and it can be the reality across the whole of South Africa. In conclusion, Honourable Chair, South Africa's economy does not need slogans. It needs solutions. It does not need ideology. It needs ideas that work. It does not need more promises. It needs delivery. South Africa is not poor. It has just been poorly governed over the past 30 years. Change the government, and we will unleash the true wealth of our people, again, as is evident from the performance of the DA ministers in the government of national unity. The ANC, EFF, MK and PA are offering South Africa more of the same, just with a different mask. The DA offers a real alternative, a government that works, a state that delivers, a nation that rises. The DA has the right answer. The Western Cape proves it every single day. Let us take this blueprint, scale it nationally, and finally unlock the economic potential of this great country. This is the DA's mission. This is our promise. This is our plan. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Badenhorst. Honourable members, let's take the debate forward and invite Honourable Modise from the African National Congress and Gauteng specifically to continue. Honourable Modise. When you're ready, Honourable Modise.
Chairperson Ryder, honorable members, delegates on the online platform, especially MEC Lebogang Maile, people of South Africa. Chairperson, in your absence, Member Baines had already moved that this House must debate service delivery in the Western Cape. So we'll come and speak about cadre development, deployment of the DA when the debate comes. For today, we'll stick to what is supposed to be debated. Chairperson, in Limpopo, Mr. Tebogo Gololo was arrested on the suspicion that he had impregnated a 13-year-old girl. Mr. Tebogo was 28 years old at the time of his arrest by the Seshego Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Unit on December 26, 2024. The 13-year-old girl had given birth to a baby boy on Christmas Day, December 25, 2024. Mr. Kololo was arrested and subjected to a DNA test, which cleared him of being a father to the baby boy born on Christmas Day of 2024. Now, Chairperson, there's an allegation of a rape of a 7-year-old black child by a white Afrikaner, and the law is begging him to submit his DNA to verify if he's indeed guilty, while this alleged Afrikaner rapist is walking freely on our streets. Why is it that this alleged rapist not arrested as well and be subjected to a DNA test? Why are we unable to arrest this white Afrikaner alleged to have raped only a 7-year-old? Why request him to submit to the DNA testing? This reminds me of the late Inspector Joseph Molapisi of Vereeniging South African Police Services, when he said, and I quote, after the brutal killing of 3 black women, one of them was pregnant in a protein right-line 3 Rivers in Vereeniging. He said, and I quote, if he had been a black accused, the court would have granted me the extension. But because the accused are white, things are done differently. They are rushing it so that they can get bail. I'm only given a day to complete the investigation, although the accused were arrested on Thursday and Friday, close coast. How many of you still remember Mark Scott Crossley, who had his former employee, Nelson Chisale, beaten and thrown into the lion's den, and the lions mauled him within seconds, and only half of his skull was left? Just 2 years ago, the same Mark Scott Crossley was again sentenced to 8 years for attempted murder of Silence Mabunda after he ran him over with his buggy. Phalaborwa Circuit Court had done the country a great service by sentencing Mr. Marcos Crowley to a life imprisonment in 2005, only for the Bloemfontein Court to reverse the decision. How do I forget the killing of Mr. Mampuru of Sasolburg by his white African employer? This is what was said in court by Mr. Dingindlele, and I quote, we went out to the street the caller told us about. We saw the traces of blood on the road and decided to follow that. About a kilometer down the road, we spotted the bike. Suddenly, the driver started spinning it around while the body was still tied in the back. It was horrible. It was terrible. The body was flung all over the place while hitting hard against the road surface. Then the driver dumped it and drove away. There were pieces of human flesh and blood everywhere. The man's body had been damaged beyond recognition. It was just a skeleton. It had no buttocks and half of the skull was gone. You could see parts of the brain mixed with the blood, close quote. Police followed the trail of Mr. Odendal's to Mr. Odendal's premises, where they found him having a drink with his hands blood-stained. Now, Chair, if what has been presented here by Member Badenhorst is the essence of today's debate, then as a country we have a serious problem. Member Badenhorst, let me remind you, my dear brother, no matter how sharp your teeth are, you can never bite the water. South Africa, like many other economies of the world, has managed, despite facing economic challenges, to hold its significant potential growth, particularly in sectors like renewable energy, manufacturing, tourism, and mining, with specific focus being on infrastructure development and addressing structural issues for inclusive growth. As a country, we are known to possess vast deposits of mineral resources and raw materials, including those that are considered crucial for electric vehicles, green hydrogen, and mobile phone production. While facing infrastructure challenges in unfinished projects due to the lack of capacity from contractors and at times from business forums or what is known as construction mafia, we have managed to build a relatively well-developed infrastructure such as roads, ports, and railways. Our country's economy is diverse, and this will include, amongst many, tourism, finance, mining, and manufacturing. For those who understand economy, Chairperson, and how it functions, will argue that our geographical location make us a strategic and key hub for trade and investment on the continent and the world. The government is currently investing heavily in infrastructure projects so as to improve access to export markets and reduce cost of doing business with other countries. While there's a call for consideration of nuclear as part of the energy production, we have significant potential of renewable energy, particularly solar and wind power. The African Continental Free Trade presents opportunities for South African businesses to expand into African markets. To date, one of the biggest challenges we face as a country is the significant challenge of income inequality, poverty, and unemployment, as we have been rated as one of the most unequal societies in the world. Chairperson, Mr. Ndumiso Mokako, Chief Director of Assets Management in the Health Department of Mpumalanga Provinces, says, and I quote, "It is now common cause that there's no rules that govern the debt to GDP ratio. And the argument that South African debt to GDP ratio is too high is a scarecrow from conservative and orthodox economists and is not based on any science. Empirical evidence reveals that the debt to GDP of our peer countries is about 75%. Advanced economies have much higher debt to GDP ratio. Countries like Japan at 155%, Italy at 126%, France at 102%, UK at 92%, and many others above 76.2 national treasury projects in the proposed budget. What is concerning is the high debt service costs, which are higher than expenditure on education or health and have risen from 389 billion in 2024 to 2025 to 486 billion in 2025-2026. But the challenge of high debt service cost is not unique to South Africa, but an African problem that requires a holistic approach from the continent in challenging the inaccurate economic valuation of African economies and unfair risk premiums, as argued by Kenyan President William Ruto, close quote. New infrastructure investments are expected to support construction and recovery of other sectors. Some of the innovation in this regard, MEC Lebogang Maile will be hosting infrastructure investment conference starting from tomorrow as part of growing the country's economy. Whilst economic growth in South Africa has slowed, the income generated by the slow economic growth continues to be skewed glaringly by race and gender. To see how this is the case, tax and survey data illustrates that the top 10% of income earners in South Africa owns 55% of all forms of assets and 99% of all bonds and stock held in the economy. Even more disheartening is the fact that of the estimated $38,000 millionaires in South Africa in 2029, the vast majority of them are white, especially men. This entrenched state of affairs is morally untenable and socially and politically unsustainable. Economic gains cannot be concentrated among and funnel increasingly towards the wealthiest 10% who owns 85% of the total wealth. Meanwhile, the poorest majority of the citizens who are predominantly black hold negative wealth. In other words, they owe more than they own, like some of us here. Significant progress has been made through Operation Vulindlela to fast-track the completion of 89% of the proposed microeconomics reform and intervention in order to unlock over 500 billion new investment in the economy. through Operation Vulindlela, for instance, the creation of National Logistic Crisis Committee to oversee intervention to improve the performance of our ports and railway networks was expedited. And summarily, the implementation of Right Logistic Roadmap as a crucial component of repositioning Transnet Limited was advanced. Crucially, unbundling of ESCOM into 3 SOEs responsible for generation, transmission, and distribution has also made significant headway under Operation Vulindlela, with all 3 licenses required by the National Transmission Company of South Africa to trade granted by the National Energy Regulator of South Africa, and the appointment of independent non-executive directors to the board finalized from the 1st of February 2024 and have met several times for induction and meetings. Other key achievements of Operation Vulindlela included amendment of the Electricity Regulator Act aimed at creating a competitive electricity market for the better energy, and the introduction of triple Ps to attract partnership, to inject capital, technology, and know-how into the main supply chain of Transnet to improve its reliability and competitiveness on the track. As things stand, the state is strengthening its regulatory powers to aggressively pursue economic growth and accelerate investment in the South African economy. This is because the African National Congress widely acknowledged that the heart of economic growth and job creation is investment. However, small and medium enterprise face considerable challenges in obtaining funding, whether from banks or development finance institutions, not only because funding application processes are cumbersome and lengthy, but also because banks serve to entrench the historically patterns of lending to enterprise deemed creditworthy. Hence, they are arguing that we must close it all. To correct skewed patterns of funding, the Government Transformation Fund attempts to offer an interesting alternative model of investment and of funding linked to economic transformation and inclusive growth and objective, to small and medium enterprises to compete sustainably against large incumbents. Added to this, government-run funding schemes such as Black Business Supplier Development Program, Coal Enterprise Finance Ltd, South African Microfinance Apex Fund, for example, speak to the importance of patient and multi-level financial and non-financial support to build sustainable enterprises in South Africa, concentrated markets. More importantly, these funding schemes have less stringent funding requirements, allowing greater flexibility to take risk on small and medium enterprises. Economic growth, job creation, and investment hinges on the state irreversible commitments that raises enterprise productivity and thus reduce enterprise uncertainty in product markets. Several industrial policy tools, particularly the Provincial Procurement Policy Framework Act and local content, raise enterprise productivity and reduce enterprise uncertainty. As I conclude, Member Mokoena, I know you are still coming. I want you to remind this for the remainder of your natural life. That learning, that the mind does not stop learning, but the mind does not stop learning as you grow old, no matter the age of the body. Wisdom is inherited. Wisdom is not inherited. It is earned through relentless pursuit of understanding. Now, Member Badenhorst, seeing that, like I indicated earlier, oh, okay, my time is still enough. Like I indicated earlier, there has been a call made in this House and the House has accepted. We are going to debate the state of the service delivery in Western Cape in no time. Thank you so much. Be aware.
Thank you very much, Honourable Modisa. Honourable members, let's welcome Honourable Boshoff to take the debate further. Honourable Boshoff.
Honourable Chairperson, fellow South Africans, the American economist Paul Romer once said, economic growth springs from better recipes, not just more cooking. Well, Honourable Modise, the ANC, under the ANC, South Africa isn't just cooking with a broken stove. The entire kitchen is on fire. The economy is being choked by policy confusion, corruption, crime, collapsing infrastructure, and ideological obsession. The truth is, our problem is not a lack of potential, it's a lack of political will. What we need are bold reforms, policy certainty, and a government that puts its citizens ahead of the party. And until that happens, Economic growth, investment and job creation will continue to stall. But let us be brutally honest about what is holding South Africa back. Barrier one, policy instability and ANC interference. Investors and entrepreneurs don't invest where policy changes with every ANC factional battle. The expropriation bill is a red flag. The NH bill is another. Constant threats to property rights, from farms to pensions to intellectual property, send one message. Listen, your investment is not safe in South Africa. Barrier two, cadre deployment and the hollowing out of institutions. Capable servants have been replaced by ANC loyalists. Corruption is not the exception. It is the business model. Look at Transnet, Eskom, Prasa, once proud institutions, now synonymous with decay. How can any economy grow when the very institutions meant to enable it are sabotaged from within? Barrier three, a failed state and crumbling infrastructure. What investor wants to bring a business to a country that has over a decade of energy instability, where the power goes out 8 hours a day? Load shedding alone has cost this economy over 1.2 trillion in lost productivity, where ports have 4-month backlogs, where rail lines have been looted, where water infrastructure is collapsing in places like Giyani, Mfuleni, and Makanda, including the province that you come from, Gauteng. In eThekwini, nearly 50% of the water is lost due to leaks and mismanagement, pushing businesses to elsewhere. Barrier number four, labor legislation that protects the few and locks out many. South Africa's labor laws are hostile to job creation. They are too rigid, too expensive, and too skewed in favor of those already employed, leaving millions of young people permanently shut out. We cannot today speak about inclusive growth while maintaining policies that excludes young people from work, with a youth unemployment rate sitting at close to 60%. Barrier number five, crime and lawlessness. The infiltration by construction mafias has become epidemic. Extortion rackets bleed SMMEs dry. Farmers are attacked. Shopping centres are looted. And still government stands by, issuing press statement after press statement instead of handcuffs. How do you attract foreign investment when police can't even protect a Pick and Pay from being torched? And yet, Chairperson, when pressure mounts, the ANC's answer is always the same. Create a new fund, a fund to support entrepreneurs, to transform the economy, a fund to do what? The last 10 funds have failed to do absolutely nothing. Yes, to steal. The so-called Spaza Shop Fund is a perfect example. It has been created to uplift township entrepreneurs. Instead, if history were to repeat itself, as it has time and time again, it will, in all likelihood, become yet another closed loop of bureaucracy and gatekeeping, where being ANC-aligned matters more than being viable. Then we have the recently announced Transformation Fund, cooked up unilaterally by Minister Tau, with zero transparency and no meaningful public input. Once again, public money flows into private hands without any accountability. This, honourable members, is not transformation, it's monetized politics. And all the while, our real industries are collapsing. This is not a lack of warning, honourable members, it's a lack of leadership. Chairperson, as I wrote recently in the Business Day, industrialization is the bedrock of economic development, job creation and technological advancement. No country has achieved prosperity without a strong industrial base. Yet South Africa, once a manufacturing leader, is sliding backwards because of government paralysis and incoherent policy. The DA has a real plan to change that. Unblock private investment into energy, rail and port, and end Eskom's monopoly over our grid. You can giggle as much as you like, Honourable Modise, that's the truth. Reform and decentralize water and electricity delivery to metros and municipalities that can deliver, not like Gauteng. Create special economic zones with real incentives and fewer regulations, not politically directed industrial hubs that never get built. Scrap the localization policy that inflates costs and protects the inefficient at the expense of consumers. Cut red tape with a red tape reduction bill and digitized one-stop compliance platforms for SMMEs like we're doing in the Western Cape. Thank you, Honourable Barnos. Looking at the DA's workable policies regarding labour, we will implement the introduction of a youth employment incentive, rewarding businesses that hire first-time workers, exempting SMMEs from onerous labour regulations that discourage hiring, modernizing bargaining councils to reflect the realities of today's economy, not unions of 1970s industrialism. And to fight crime, we will devolve policing powers to capable provinces and cities, professionalize the SAPs and dismantle the syndicates bleeding our economy. Chairperson, if we are serious about social justice, we must be serious about growth. If we are serious about growth, we must be serious about reform. And if we are serious about reform, we must accept this truth. The ANC is incapable of reform. They have had 30 years to fix energy, 30 years to get logistics right, 30 years to stop the rot, and they have failed. South Africa is not poor, it is being robbed. Our people are not lazy, they are being locked out. Our economy is not broken, it is being sabotaged by the very party that claims to liberate it. The DA is ready to govern, ready to put private sector at the center of economic growth, ready to restore integrity to government, and ready to build a future in which jobs are not the privilege of a connected few, but the right of every South African. Chairperson, we will not fund our way out of this crisis. We must grow our way out of it. And that begins with ending ANC misrule once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Boshoff. The turn now passes to the Honourable Makasine from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Honourable Makasine.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Mandiqale ndibulise i-leader ye-Economic Freedom Fighters, Commander-in-Chief, the President, Comrade Silo Julius Malema, and the entire leadership of the Economic Freedom Fighters. But ndifuna ukuqala sinikhumbuze ukuba the EFF is the only party with policy that will bring the change in this country. Ayikho enye. Chairperson, the EFF has stood on the platform and outlined that South Africa does not have economic policy framework that link to the government spending with sustainable and economic growth, development and job creation, so as they reduce the poverty and inequality. We knew this to be true because siyabona abantu bakuthi abasebenzi, abantu bakuthi ugovernment lowe DA na lowe ANC badibene ngokubavalela ngaphandle. This is not a surprise to note that the GNU government seems to mainly focusing on the white capital and has been unconcerned about the needs of ordinary South Africa. The GNU was supposed to establish and stabilize the economy, remove the barriers to invest and promote economic growth, reduce poverty and build a capable ethical state, yet it has failed to do so. Into abayaziyo kukrwempa-krwempana ngoba bafuna uba where DA is governed better. Today, South African economy remain in the dire state, with the economic growth average below 1.5% annually, and projected growth of by less than 2% over the 3 years. I thought Honorable Badinos will tell us what is happening in Fezile Dabi district, where they bought 6 boreholes in 6 million. They even put another borehole in their houses, because that's how they are corrupt in Free State when they are governed. The cost of living of crisis was worsened with the inflation pushing the working class family to the brink of survival. And the most urgent crisis facing this nation is unemployment. Just last month, the listed labor force survey figures for the fourth quarter of 2024 to confirm that the current existence of the crisis is a jobless under the leadership of the DA-ANC coalition. Today, DA ifika ithi apha where ANC govern. Ningabachomi ni governor nonke. The mess of this country is your mess, all of you. Nidibene. Chairperson, according to the statistics of South Africa, official unemployment rate in South Africa is currently stand at 32.1%. But this figure does not reflect the full extent of the economic exclusion. The Black African unemployed stand at a shocking of 35.8%, with Black women facing even worse of 38%, because abafazi basavalelekile kakhulu ababantu abamnyama, which on its own is proof that the DA government, where they are governing the Western Cape, has failed to build an economic and to serve the majority of our people. The expanded unemployment rate also remained alarming, with high 41.9%, proving that joblessness is still one of the most severe challenges that is facing this country. In the province such as Northwest, Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, the expanded unemployment rate at above 47% show that the economic opportunity remain concentrated in the selected region, while the vast of the country are left to rot in poverty because bamnyama. Young people also remain the biggest casualties of unemployment, and the DA, where you are governed, has completely abandoned the youth, offering them with no access to quality job, education, or skill development program that could enable them to participate in the economy in meaningful. This figure, which I was speaking ngazo today, is the consequences of the decade of more than 360 years. Eyazango Tata Bojan van Riebeeck bavalela abantu abamnyama ukuthi bangabenefiti ku-economy. This is the stifle of the economy, depriving it of the oxygen that needed for the growth. We are, however, not surprised by this trend, Chairperson, because South African economy is incapable in creating the job and is misdirected in this country. The DA and ANC-led coalition has failed to industrialize the economy. This exposed by the fact that a crucial sectors such as agriculture, mining, construction, and trade suffer a job loss, proving that the government lacked the plan to create sustainable and unemployment industry. Therefore, kunyanzelekile uba xa kanenza iiplani zenu kanidibele emva kwebhajethi ngoba nizitshomi nizongqamisana nizovana nibacinge abantu base-Eastern Cape ukuthi nizayicreate njani iplan ukuthi abantu base-Eastern Cape bafumane imisebenzi. And this state need to play a role of job creation. Party government. One of the ways which this state can be done is through expropriation of land, and it will ensure that the land is available to build and promote industrialization. Availability of land can be distributed to the people seeking to start their own businesses for the sole purpose of employing more people. This will lead to the positive contribution to the economic growth of the country, and lesser people depend on the government grant. We must also prioritize the state-led reindustrialization of the economy, investing in productive sector to benefit our people. Chairperson, the EFF once again emphasized that South Africa needs radical shift towards state-led industrialization program, mass job creation through infrastructure development, and the nationalization of strategic sector to ensure the economy inclusion. Currently, the government has completely abandoned the political will to create jobs, and nothing in our government spending point to any tangible solution in this regard. Lastly, Chairperson, it is evident that the existing within the GNU lack the political will to interact effective policies and intervention to address the root cause of the challenges found in this clothing and textile industries. Echuwa kwakune-firm abantu babesebenza, eButshabelo besine-firm abantu bebesebenzela, eQwaqwa bekune-firm abantu bebesebenzela, nadibana nanxamisana nazivala. The economic freedom fighter could also therefore like to emphasize once again that it's the only party that stands ready to take decisive action to rectify the failure of the current government and implement the bold progressive policies that will lead to create sustainable employment opportunity into this regard. And in many other industries empower all South Africa, regardless of their race and the color of the skin badinos. As the EFF, we remain committed to the policy that will bring about meaningful change, including the land expropriation without compensation, the establishment of the state-owned bank, enterprises, and free decolonized education to upskill our people for the economy of the future. We also demand the end of privatization agenda and a clear plan for economic transformation. Prioritize and empower everyone, create service delivery, and create job. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makasini. Beg your pardon. Thank you, Honorable Makasini. Honorable members, we now move to Mpumalanga, where the member of the Executive Council for Economic Development and Tourism, Honorable Masilela, is next to address us. Honorable Masilela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, esteemed members of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Minister of Employment and Labour, Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Honorable Minister of Small Business Development, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonani, good day. Chairperson, thank you very much for affording me this opportunity to input into this very important debate centered around unlocking South Africa's economic potential, removing barriers to investment, innovation, economic growth, and job creation. Honorable members, inclusive economic growth and job creation is a top priority for the Seven administration. A growing economy means the acceleration of government's intent and resolve to address the triple challenges of high unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Furthermore, inclusive growth promotes social cohesion and reduces crimes. I must state from the onset that as a province, we remain committed in our quest to prioritize labor-intensive economic industries, programs, and projects in order to create the much-needed jobs for our people, with special emphasis on youth, women, and people with disabilities. To this end, together with our public entities, will continue to play a leading role in creating an environment that is conducive to inclusive economic growth and development, as well as job creation in the province, including the implementation of the prioritized catalytic projects that span across the main economic sectors of the province. Chairperson, in the medium term, a target of 3% GDP growth will be required by 2029 to support a sustained increase in employment. A key focus is to create jobs and make substantive progress towards reducing unemployment to 6% by 2030. Honorable members, over the past decade, the economy of Mpumalanga has stagnated and its transformation stalled, much like the national economy. A multi-pronged approach must strengthen job creation through supporting labor-intensive sectors and protecting and growing the existing industrial base, while also expanding public employment and active labor market programs. Notwithstanding the sluggish economic performance, Mpumalanga has reasons to be optimistic about its prospects to economic diversification and transformation. About 96% of its people live in settlements that, relatively to other settlements in the country, have either strong or very strong location fundamentals, such as relatively favorable natural endowments and resources that support tourism and agriculture, relatively well-developed local infrastructure, and relatively strong manufacturing and industrial agglomeration advantages supported by abundance and mining and forestry resources. In the medium term, There's an opportunity to unlock growth and drive growth in job creation sectors such as manufacturing, tourism, and agriculture, while positioning the economy for future growth through industrialization initiatives. Honorable members, reindustrialization must be a key goal of economic policy, focusing on sectors such as manufacturing, mining, and the beneficiation of mining products, forestry and agro-processing in areas that demonstrate a strong comparative advantage. Chairperson, Mpumalanga economic development will be guided by a range of national, provincial, and local government development plans and strategies. Some of the provincial plans and strategies developed to guide accelerated inclusive economic growth and job creation are the Mpumalanga Economic Growth and Development Path, Tourism Growth and Development Plan, Industrial Development Plan, Trade and Investment Strategy, Spatial Development Framework, Infrastructure Master Plan. Chairperson, some of the catalytic projects that seek to stimulate the economy in the province include establishing a world-class fresh produce market in the city of Mbombela, the Nkomazi SEZ at Komati Port in the Nkomazi local municipality, the Petrochemical Industrial Technology Park in Secunda, and development of tourism products. In order to achieve more rapid growth, we require government to focus on removing barriers to economic growth and creating the conditions for increased private sector investment, innovation, productivity, and international competitiveness. To this end, South Africa has implemented a range of structural reforms to remove growth restricting constraints, attract higher levels of investment, and make the economy more efficient and competitive. These reforms, which affect the Mpumalanga economic development, included streamlined bureaucratic processes by reducing red tape and simplify business registration and licensing. Accordingly, the province has also developed a red tape reduction strategy to provide support to municipalities in easing the way of doing business by MSMEs and the broader informal sector. Without any doubt, the red tape reduction will support an enabling environment for micro, small, and medium enterprises, township and village enterprise, formal startups, and informal enterprises. In its quest to attract investors, government is offering incentives such as tax breaks, reduced tariffs, and subsidies for businesses investing in key sectors. Government is also moving its focus towards public-private partnership in order to encourage collaborative between the government and private sector for infrastructure development. Another critical reform is land access and security. This will ensure transparent land tenure systems to promote agricultural and industrial investment. In relation to infrastructure development, we are going to improve transport networks by upgrading roads, rail, air transport to enhance connectivity. Chairperson, our immediate priority is to complete the reform of the energy sector to enable competitive in electricity generation and drive investment in new generation capacity. This will ensure energy security and enable a boom in fixed investment and will therefore be the main driver of economic growth in the upcoming years. In order to ensure reliable energy supply, the province is investing comprehensively in renewable energy projects such as solar, wind, and hydro. Accordingly, we have facilitated the establishment of the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency to drive our developmental agenda on the green economy space. We are also exploring the implementation of smart cities and digital infrastructure to promote 5G networks, broadband, internet access, and ICT hubs. Honorable members, in relation to vocational training and reskilling programs, we are more focused on ensuring that the education and training provided is aligned with market needs. As government, we have introduced internship and apprenticeship programs as part of our youth employment initiative in partnership with the private sector. This program seeks to bridge the required experience gap. Chairperson and honorable members, allow me to assert without fear of contradiction that significant potential for job creation lies in small businesses and the informal sector. Economic transformation remain close to our hearts in the province. We hold the view that MSME development remain the appropriate vehicle to drive the economic transformation agenda. Accordingly, government will improve market access, mentorship, and funding for small and medium enterprise through its development finance institution. Therefore, government will continue to support small businesses and entrepreneurs across the spectrum, from informal enterprises to high growth, high-tech startups. The participation of the previously disadvantaged people in the mainstream of the economy cannot be postponed anymore. To create a thriving startup ecosystem, the province will leverage its existing strengths, such as high-quality broadband infrastructure, strong capital markets, and deep talent pool by creating an enabling environment to attract venture capital funding and encourage startup founders to locate and expand their operations in the country. South Africa's growth, including Mpumalanga, over the past decade has been driven by sectors such as financial services that are less labor-intensive than those sectors that have declined, such as manufacturing. Unfortunately, this has contributed to rising levels of unemployment. In the medium term, there is an opportunity to unblock growth and drive growth in job-creating sectors such as manufacturing, tourism, and agriculture, while positioning the economy for future growth. Chairperson, reindustrialization must be the key goal of economic policy, focusing on sectors such as manufacturing, mining, and beneficiation of mining products, forestry, and agro-processing in areas that demonstrate a strong comparative advantage. This will include supporting public-private partnership to leverage existing innovative and research towards commercial activities, provide support for the establishment of innovation hubs and incubators. In particular, the focus will be on MSME to increase their participation in new and emerging sectors and to increase funding towards the commercialization of SMEs innovation. Honorable
As you
members,
conclude,
you
Honorable
agree with
Member.
me?
As you conclude, please, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much. The strategic direction to achieve rapid, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth that will create jobs during the implementation of the MTTP 2024-2029 will be realized by deepening partnerships between government, business, labor, and civil society, accelerating structural reforms, continuing the work to strengthen state capacity, improving the operation of state-owned enterprises, and ensuring a safe and secure environment for citizens and business, strengthen government and anti-corruption measures. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, MEC Masilela. Honourable members, we now invite the Honourable Andrew Whitfield, who is the Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, to give his inputs into the debate. Honourable Whitfield.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honourable members, esteemed guests and colleagues. I would also, Honourable Chairperson, just like to acknowledge Honourable Badenhorst and thank him for proposing this important debate at a time where Parliament is engaged in its own processes to evaluate how we can deliver a growth and jobs budget for the people of South Africa. In the 2024 national and provincial elections, the people of South Africa sent all of us a message, and that message was sent loud and clear. And that message was that the country was moving in the wrong direction and that it was time for change. The establishment of the GNU is the result of this very demand for change, and it has been embraced by the majority of South Africans for one reason and one reason alone, and that is the belief that the GNU will deliver economic growth and jobs for all South Africans. Today, Chairperson, South Africa experiences record levels of unemployment, worsening inequality, and a regression in the welfare of our citizens. Our worrying economic growth trajectory necessitates us to confront the harsh reality of the situation we find ourselves in and move with extreme urgency to implement the necessary interventions. This is why the GNU has placed rapid, inclusive growth and job creation as our apex priority, supported by the GNU Statement of Intent. Now, to achieve rapid growth, we have to be laser focused on removing barriers to investment that truly unleash the potential of enterprise. Within the DTIC, our mission is clear. We must make it easier for businesses to grow and create jobs, and for people to get those jobs and to be able to keep those jobs. Despite our challenges, our potential as a nation is undeniable. South Africa stands as Africa's most industrialized economy, offering vast opportunities for investors, entrepreneurs, and businesses alike. With our rich natural resources, advanced financial sector, and a growing digital economy, our country is well positioned to become a hub for investment and innovation. By addressing structural barriers and implementing forward-thinking policies, South Africa can unlock its economic potential, drive job creation, and foster rapid and inclusive growth. The key sectors offering strong investment opportunities include renewable energy, technology and digital services, manufacturing, agribusiness, tourism, and infrastructure development. The country's abundant solar and wind resources make South Africa an ideal candidate for green energy investment, including green hydrogen production, which has the potential to position South Africa as a key global supplier of sustainable energy solutions. Additionally, South Africa's established automotive industry presents opportunities in component manufacturing for electric vehicles and hybrid technologies. In agribusiness, agro-processing offers immense potential for value addition in the food and beverage sector, enhancing South Africa's agricultural exports while creating jobs in rural areas. By capitalizing on these opportunities and removing regulatory and structural bottlenecks, we can create a dynamic and resilient economy. However, this requires both courage and vision. Chairperson, two of the most significant obstacles to investment in South Africa are excessive red tape and bad policies. Evidence-based decision-making is more critical now than ever before, and the three most important pieces of evidence before us are clear: low growth, high unemployment, and growing inequality. It is for this reason that the GNU must champion regulatory reform. This requires an independent regulatory impact assessment and thereafter the courage to swiftly implement the recommendations made if we are serious about achieving rapid growth and job creation. At the same time, it is important to acknowledge that such an assessment and the implementation of its recommendations should not be seen as a silver bullet to our ailing economy, but rather a critical element to complement the structural reforms currently underway through Operation Vulindlela. Upgrading port infrastructure, road and rail transport is essential to boosting South Africa's trade competitiveness and ensuring the smooth movement of goods and services. In a fiscally constrained environment, this requires a combination of private-public partnerships, as well as the devolution of certain powers to competent provincial and local governments. Efficient logistics networks reduce costs for businesses, enhance export potential, and attract foreign direct investment. Ports such as Durban, Cape Town, and Ngqura require modernization to handle increased trade volumes and reduce congestion. Similarly, upgrading rail transport will alleviate pressure on road networks and lower transport costs for industries reliant on bulk goods movement, such as mining and manufacturing. Expanding and maintaining national road infrastructure will also improve connectivity between economic hubs and rural areas, fostering economic inclusion and industrial expansion. Municipalities and metropolitan areas play a crucial role in providing the reliable utility services that businesses need to operate efficiently. Consistent access to electricity, water, sanitation, and waste management are essential for industrial operations, commercial enterprises, and SMEs. However, inefficiencies in local governance, inadequate maintenance of infrastructure, and service delivery failures often lead to disruptions that hinder economic growth. Strengthening municipal governance, investing in modern infrastructure, and ensuring accountability in service delivery will inevitably create an environment where businesses can thrive and attract new investments. Ultimately, a well-functioning infrastructure network is essential for rapid economic growth and competitiveness. However, South Africa faces severe infrastructure challenges, including unreliable electricity supply, inefficient transport networks, and outdated water and telecommunication systems that require bold action, which the GNU is serious about delivering on. Chairperson, growing our economy also requires harnessing our human capital. We recognize that skills development is paramount. A mismatch between workforce skills and market demands remains a critical barrier to job creation and economic growth. South Africa's education system struggles to produce graduates with the technical and entrepreneurial skills needed in the modern economy. Many industries, particularly in technology, engineering, and manufacturing, face skills shortages that limit their growth potential. To address this issue, government will continue to strengthen vocational training, encourage private sector participation in skills development, and revamp the education system to align with industry needs and the skills of the future. Universities and technikons should be directed to focus on producing graduates with practical and sector-specific skills to support business growth and economic expansion. I, like all of you honorable members, believe in the potential of the people of South Africa and the opportunity that the Government of National Unity has to unlock this potential. By prioritizing skills development, we will create a future where all South Africans have an equal opportunity to prosper. On promoting innovation and digital transformation, artificial intelligence presents significant opportunities for business in South Africa, enabling automation, data-driven decision-making, and enhanced efficiency. AI-driven solutions can optimize industrial processes, improve customer experiences, and support the development of new products and services. Additionally, AI can play a crucial role in public service delivery by streamlining bureaucratic processes, reducing inefficiencies, and cutting down on red tape that often hampers business operations. By fostering AI adoption, South Africa can boost productivity, attract investment, and drive economic growth. This is one of the reasons that digitization has been adopted by the DTIC as a key pillar of our economic and industrial strategy going forward. Innovation is a key driver of economic development, yet we lag behind global peers in adopting new technologies and fostering a culture of research, development, and innovation. Bureaucratic hurdles have limited funding for startups, and slow digital infrastructure expansion have constrained the country's innovation potential, and we have the keys to unlock it, both in the executive and in Parliament. And to unlock South Africa's innovative capacity, we need to work together to incentivize research and development investments through tax breaks, grants, and public-private research collaborations. Enhancing digital infrastructure, particularly expanding broadband access and 5G networks, will facilitate the growth of digital business and support e-commerce, fintech, and other high-growth industries, and tackle spatial inclusivity issues where SMMEs in rural communities are marginalized due to a lack of access to the internet. Ultimately, a robust innovation ecosystem will drive productivity gains, attract high-value investments, and create new economic opportunities. Chairperson, small and medium-sized enterprises are the backbone of South Africa's economy. Previous colleagues have mentioned this. They account for a significant share of employment and of our GDP. However, many small and medium-sized enterprises face challenges such as limited access to finance, complex regulatory compliance, and market entry barriers. We will move to simplify business registration processes and reduce red tape in order to enable SMEs to thrive, driving job creation and economic diversification. Furthermore, government-backed funding programs and business incubators that provide essential support to startups and emerging enterprises will be targeted to key growth sectors and be able to ensure that there's a measurement on a return on investment. We have to start evaluating the impact of our budget on the outcomes that we want to achieve. We should not measure our success by the amount of money we dispatch to small and medium-sized enterprises and startups, but rather whether that financing has resulted in growth and jobs for the broader economy. Chair, on the trade front, it is important that we continue to move towards deepening and diversifying our export markets to unlock our economic potential. South Africa has a unique opportunity to boost our economy by deepening trade relationships and through regional integration within Africa. The African Continental Free Trade Area presents an avenue to expand export markets, attract foreign direct investment, and enhance industrialization. To capitalize on this, we must improve trade logistics, simplify customs procedures, and develop competitive export industries. By strengthening value chains in manufacturing, agriculture, and technology sectors, we will be able to position the country as a leading economic hub in the region. And by fostering regional trade, South Africa can stimulate growth, create jobs, and reduce our reliance on traditional economic sectors. Chair, in conclusion, unlocking South Africa's economic potential requires a multifaceted approach that removes barriers to investment, fosters innovation, and promotes job creation while driving inclusive growth. With decisive leadership, strategic reforms, and collaboration between government, business, and civil society, South Africa can unlock new opportunities and achieve rapid, inclusive growth and job creation. Ultimately, a growing economy requires growth-oriented policies. By embracing the best ideas from within the GNU, we can finally transform our economy into a growing economy which unites the outsiders and the insiders, strengthens the middle class, unlocks growth opportunities for SMMEs, and sets our country on a sustainable pathway to prosperity. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Whitfield. Honourable members, following a small act of karma, which came after the expropriation of Honourable Makasine's assets, we now invite the Honourable Mokoena to come to the podium and take the debate forward on behalf of Mkhonto weSizwe Party. Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, fellow South Africans, members of the NCOP. There used to be a game that I used to play when I was young, and I don't want to reveal my age, but it's called Black Mapatile. I think that is exactly what the DA is playing Black Mapatile, hide and seek. We never know whether you're in the GNU, you are out of the GNU, causing a lot of confusion and tension among some of us who are concerned about this country. And I must say, today's debate feels like a cruel joke. The fact that the DA, out of all parties under the sun, has introduced this debate, the theme unlocking South Africa's economic potential, removing barriers to investment, innovation, economic growth, and job creation, when they are, in fact, the very party holding the keys to South Africa's economic prison. How dare you pretend to care about investment when you stand by and watch international confidence in our economy collapse? How dare you act like you want to remove barriers to economic growth when you are the ones helping the ANC erect new ones? And how dare you speak of job creation when you will march into the National Assembly and, in fact, this House and support policies that burden every hardworking South African battling with the cost of living crisis? But then today is April Fool's Day. So it might explain the foolery that we are seeing here today in this House. Because that is what is so-called the GNU is now. It's a circus of betrayal, a spectacle of hypocrisy, a complete joke at the expense of people of this country. This is the party that claims to be pro-business, pro-investment, yet when the United States pulled the USAID funding from South Africa, where were the DA? Silent, or even worse, pleased. They saw an opportunity to score cheap political points rather than to fight for struggling South Africans who need this funding for critical development programs. And this is the party that calls itself a defender of national unity. Yet in the same breath, they push for their own so-called independent Western Cape. They call it federalism. Well, we'll call it absolute crap. They dream of country within a country, where they govern their own little utopia while leaving the rest of South Africa behind. That's what the DA is. They are not here to fight for South Africa. They are here to fight for themselves. And if there was any doubt, just look at their actions. They claim to oppose the ANC, yet now they prop them up. Once campaigned against high taxes, yet now they will probably vote for them. They promised to hold the ANC accountable, yet now they protect them and sit with them and share the spoils of power and blue lights. The cancellation of the DA press briefing this morning says it all. You have been sent here not to debate solutions, but to perform damage control. You are just a bunch of crybabies who inspire or cry all the time, but never ever gained any policy win from this GNU. And yet you will continue to stay. And the question that South Africans should ask themselves is why? What are you gaining from staying when you are not winning at all? Honorable Chairperson, we have to be clear. South Africa's economy did not collapse overnight. It has been under attack for 30 years by the very people who sit on that other side of the house. The ANC took a country filled with promise and turned it into an economic wasteland. They inherited state-owned enterprises. They were once the pride of Africa, and now they're in financial sinkholes. They inherited an energy sector that powered the economy. Now we have load shedding as a way of life. They inherited a country with world-class infrastructure. Now potholes outnumber jobs. And what do they have to say for themselves? They'll blame apartheid. They'll blame global markets. They'll blame COVID-19. They'll blame President Zuma. They even blame the weather these days. Anything but their incompetence and corruption. But let me be clear. It wasn't apartheid that looted Eskom. It was the ANC corruption. It wasn't the global economy that chased away investors. It was the ANC policy, uncertainty, and mismanagement. It wasn't COVID-19 that collapsed Transnet and our railways. It was the ANC and cadre deployment. And it wasn't President Zuma that caused you to lose millions and millions of votes last year. It was your President Ramaphosa. And now, after 30 years of failure, they have the audacity to stand here and tell us they have a new plan for economic growth. It is not enough to merely critique. We must offer tangible solutions. And we, as the MK Party, the incoming government or government in waiting, have a few visions that we've encompassed. Fiscal responsibility. We must implement stringent measures to curb government waste. We must enhance education and skills development. We must support small and medium business enterprises because after all, they are the backbone of our economy, because by providing financial incentives and reducing bureaucracy, we can foster innovations and create jobs. We must invest in our infrastructure, which has decayed over the years. We must promote foreign direct investment. We must diversify economy and implement structural reforms. We must also build state capability and strengthen the capacity of our public institutions. We must support growth-enhancing public infrastructure investment, as well as embracing technology and innovation. Honorable Chairperson, the winds of change are blowing. A new force has emerged, and if you haven't seen it, then you are not living in South Africa or you are simply blinded by something. In the recent elections, the MK Party defied all expectations, and our remarkable performance is not just a statistic. It is a clear signal from the people of South Africa that they are tired of the empty promises. They are looking for a party that not only speaks their language, but also understands the struggles and aspirations. We advocate for economic sovereignty. We advocate for community empowerment. We advocate for sustainable development, championing environmental stewardship while pursuing economic growth and ensuring that our progress does not come at the expense of the future generations. We don't need more taxes, we need more taxpayers. We don't need more government, we need less interference. We don't need more excuses, we need action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mokoena. Honourable members, we now go to Gauteng. The MEC for Finance and Economic Development is the Honourable Lebogang Maile, and he'll be taking the next slot in the debate. Honourable Maile.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and thanks, Honourable members, members of the media. Ladies and gentlemen and fellow South Africans, it is a privilege to be with you today in this August House, though virtually, to deliberate on the mechanisms that needs to be in place to unlock South Africa's economic potential. That the South African economy is in distress is not a debate, Honorable Chair. The country continues to experience weak economic performance due to structural challenges and logistical constraints. And as a result, Statistics South Africa posited that the country's economy grew by 0.6% in 2024. And National Treasury projects that our economy will grow by 1.7% in 2025 and 2026 respectively. And while the provincial economy of Gauteng, the biggest contributor to the country's GDP, continues to grow above national levels, it too is in precarious state. And our economy grew by 1.3% in 2024. It is expected to rise to 1.8% in 2025 before reaching 2% in 2026. These are low margins when viewed alongside comparative economies, Honorable Chair. Growth for the emerging market and developing economies is estimated at 4.2% in 2024, and projections are that growth will stabilize at the same rate in 2025. Furthermore, to address poverty, inequality, and unemployment, South Africa needs to achieve a sustained economic growth of at least 3.5% annually, and ideally 5% or higher, to make a meaningful impact on the jobless rate and improve living standards. Unlocking South Africa's economic potential is dependent on attending to the three national priorities that were emphasized by President Cyril Ramaphosa in his 2025 State of the Nation address. And these include driving inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackle the high cost of living, and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. In Gauteng, we are aligned with these three strategic priorities, the medium-term development plan, and have instituted various mechanisms to addressing them. There are 5 economic corridors in the broader Gauteng city region, all focused on the development of specific industries based on their comparative advantages, owing to geography, resource abundance, and potential. These are our levers for sustainable economic growth and inclusive economic development. 3 particular interventions must be prioritized, and this is removing barriers to investment, strengthening innovation, and growing the economy in order to create jobs. There is no question that the starting point for removing barriers to investment is ensuring stable and good governance. A stable political environment is essential for attracting investment. South Africa needs to ensure that these political institutions are functioning effectively and that there is a clear and predictable path for economic development. In Gauteng, we are actively implementing recommendations of the national framework towards the professionalization of the public service by providing capacity development for our public servants at all levels through training with the South African Local Government Association and National School of Government. SALGA is providing training programs for our municipalities in collaboration with the Gauteng Provincial Treasury to strengthen controls in municipalities so as to ensure better financial management. This has resulted in improvements in our audit outcomes, with most provincial departments and municipalities obtaining unqualified audits. Linked to this is the recognition that uncertainty in the regulatory environment can deter investment. To ensure that regulations are clear, consistent, and predictable, the Gauteng provincial government has constant province-wide engagements between departments, including Office of the Premier, to monitor consistency and alignment in our policies and programs. To attract more investment, South Africa needs to address structural issues like load shedding, logistics bottlenecks, and corruption, whilst also improving infrastructure and service delivery and fostering a more stable and predictable business environment. Infrastructure must be our biggest investment. Provincial government departments and entities have been exposed to a robust budget regime for infrastructure. And the Gauteng Investment Conference, which Honorable Modise spoke about, which aims to raise a whooping 800 billion over the next 5 years, has a clear focus on infrastructure investment and financing. The third conference will take place this Thursday, starting from, in fact, tomorrow. There's a pre-conference, and then Thursday, the actual conference. The ongoing energy crisis, whilst improved, remains a significant deterrent to investment. One of the key solutions is to modernize grid management systems to optimize energy flow and ensure reliability. This requires an investment climate in which we encourage private investment in energy projects through stable policies, clear regulations, and competitive pricing. In Gauteng, we are also investing in green hydrogen, as we believe that green hydrogen produced using renewable energy could be a future source of clean energy for various sectors. Unlike Western Cape, we're not talking about what we are yet to do. There are 3 key projects which are underway. The first is the Isondo Precious Metals and Sasolburg 60 megawatt hydrogen production facility. The second is the fuel cell and electrolyzer component manufacturing facility. And the third, which I would like to invite the honorable member from the DA to go to the OR Tambo Special Economic Zone and go to the Tshwane Special Economic Zone and experience for herself how and what is an special economic zone and how it works, because we are already doing it here in Gauteng. Logistics also plays a crucial role in our investment strategy. Inefficient logistics and infrastructure, including roads, ports, and railways, create significant challenges for businesses. Investing in these areas is crucial for improving competitiveness and attracting investment. In Gauteng, our approach to public-private partnership centers infrastructure that will improve our logistics industry. We have reached an agreement with the Limpopo Provincial Government for the establishment of a joint partnership and initial investment into a Gauteng-Limpopo railway line, for which we are sourcing private investment. This is in recognition of the strategic economic value of the movement of goods between the 2 provinces, which connects us to the regional markets through the Bay Bridge border post, which connects to Zimbabwe to the north, and 7 other border posts that link South Africa to Botswana and Mozambique with varying degrees of freight movement and concessions. Furthermore, the Gauteng Provincial Government has committed 9.7 billion for 2025 and a total of 28 billion over the next 3 years, primarily for the provision of a safe, reliable, and affordable integrated transport system that enables equitable access to opportunities for residents of the province. And we can say with confidence that we'll be able to spend this money prudently, and there will be value for money. And you will see at the end of this financial year, when we produce our expenditure, that we've turned things around in terms of infrastructure spending. These resources will also be directed towards fixing street lights, filling potholes, and upgrading and rehabilitating strategic road infrastructure to improve safe accessibility to the special economic zones and creation of job opportunities. Corruption and mismanagement in government hinder investment and create an unstable business environment. Strengthening institutions, promoting transparency, and fighting corruption are essential. This is because poor government service delivery, particularly in impoverished communities, can create frustration and hinder economic development. Improving service delivery in areas like education, health, water, and sanitation is crucial. In Gauteng, we have directed the majority of our budget towards education and health. Additionally, to improve our financial management and ensure effective budget control, we are piloting advanced interoperability between our financial and procurement systems. And by the way, we're the only province in this country and probably even in the continent that has got an open tender system. And this initiative will allow
conclude, Honourable MEC. Please conclude.
and better tracking of expenditure. Honorable Chair.
I'm saying please conclude. Your time is just about up, Honorable MEC.
Oh, it's about to be up. Okay. No, thank you very much. But we want to emphasize that these are some of the ways in which you are building and strengthening the Gauteng provincial economy, and that at the core is interventions that we must put in place to deal with energy, to deal with youth unemployment, to deal with upliftment of SMMEs and all other important matters that honorable members have raised. Thank you very much, Honorable
MEC.
Chair.
Your time has expired. Thank you, MEC, very much indeed. We now invite Honorable Van den Berg from the Freedom Front Plus to take the debate on. Thank you.
Voorsitter, vandag praat ek Afrikaans en ek sou dit voorstel dat julle luisterapparate gereed hou. Goed. Terwyl die ANC en hul kaders die onderskeie departemente nog rond staan en probeer redeneer oor wat nou verkeerd geloop het in die ekonomie, het die res van die land se gematigde denkers reeds begin werk aan die oplossings. Debat na debat word die ou koeie uit die sloot uitgesleep, soos wat vandag nou weer die geval is. Keer op keer hoor ons van een of ander persoon iewers afgeleë, wat dit dan regverdig vir die staat om miljarde rande te vermors om die persoon te bereik. Ons het onlangs van die adjunkt-president verneem dat die poskantoor nie gesluit kan word nie, omdat daar niemand is om die vakuum wat agtergelaat is te vul nie. Ek vra myself af, watter vakuum? Ek kan bloot net aan die ouderdomspensioen en ander toelaas dink wat daar eenmaal per maand in kontant uitbetaal word. Hierdie kontant geld verdwyn dan uit die belastingsisteem om vir taksies en dienste in die informele sektor te betaal. Maar hierdie informele sektore verklaar nie inkomste nie en daarom kan ons daai belastings nie hef nie en dit neem nie ons land vorentoe nie. Voorsitter, dit is eenvoudig nie so dat daar 'n vakuum gelaat sal word nie. Daar is geen tegnologie waaroor die poskantoor beskik wat nie vanuit 'n Boxer of 'n Spar of 'n Shoprite of 'n bank of selfs 'n polisiekantoor gedoen kan word nie. As ons swart bemagtigde elite nie so gulsig was nie, kon enige gogo en leergierige student enige plek in Suid-Afrika, hoe afgeleë ook al, oor vinnige satelliet-internet beskik het, soos die Starlink internetstelsel. Met 'n eenvoudige program op hul selfoon kan hulle dan verdienste betaal en boonop nie beroof word nie. Dit sou die staat nie 'n fraksie kos van wat die poskantoor ons land nou kos nie. Aanlyn studeer, binnelandse sake en selfs dalk bankdienste kan gratis wees. Deur bloot hierdie stap te volg, is al 2 beperkings op ons beleggings, innovasie en ekonomiese groei reeds verwyder. Voorsitter, ons kan nie nog meer belasting hef nie. Die staat sal eerder moet bespaar. Onlangs was soveel goeie artikels gepubliseer oor hoe die onderskeie staatsdepartemente vrugtelose vermorsing kan keer. Ons moet ophou om geld te verspil op ondoeltreffende projekte wat slegs kaders ryk maak. Die inkomstediens kan na bewering hul insamelingsvermoë verhoog en dit is reg so. Daar is dit nou al 5 maniere om te help met ekonomiese groei. Na 30 jaar moet dit tog duidelik word dat die mislukte marxistiese denkwyses nie werk nie. Dit is tyd om aan te beweeg en die ANC sal die beginsel van kompromie moet begin verstaan. Die verkiesing van 2024 het baie duidelik daarop gewys dat daar meer gematigdes is. Die mense wat radikale transformasie aanhang, is die minderheid. Hierdie gematigdes is egter onder die middelklas wat in die komende begroting meer belas gaan word. Die stemme wat radikale transformasie aanvuur, lê by die swart begunstigde elite, wat daarby baat as hul die massas kan aanvuur tot hul voordeel. Ons moet vasstaan in terme van goeie, volhoubare ekonomiese beleid. Daar is oorgenoeg belastinginkomste. Ons moet dit net ophou mors. Die ouditeur-generaal doen goeie werk en met hulle hulp sal ons vermorsing op 'n groot skaal kan hokslaan. Kom ons staan sterk en doen wat reg is. Ek dank u.
Baie dankie agbare van der Berg vir die lewering as ook vir die waarskuwing om ons luisterapparatus reg te kry en voor te berei. Honourable members, we're moving forward and it's now the turn of the Northwest MEC for Economic Development, Conservation, Environment and Tourism to enter the debate, and that is the Honourable Lenkopane. Honourable Lenkopane. Honourable Lenkopane, are you available on the platform? Honourable members, I think we can come back to Honourable Lenkopane in a few minutes.
Chairperson.
Are you there? Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Chairperson of the NCOP acting, members of the NCOP, Baagi botlhe ba rona ba South Africa, dumelang bagaetsho. Honourable Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to welcome the debate on unlocking the South Africa's economic potential, removing barriers to investment, innovation, economic growth, and job creation. This is indeed an important debate that seeks to evaluate South Africa's trajectory in terms of economic development. This issue is not just a matter of policy, it is about the future of every South African. It concerns our children, our communities, and our collective ability to build a prosperous and inclusive nation. The economy is fundamentally about the people, especially the most vulnerable. The investor capital is not just financial resources. It represents opportunities for people, and investors themselves are people. Honourable Chairperson, the economic growth has stagnated, leaving many businesses uncertain about where to invest. Innovation, especially in key sectors like agriculture, technology, and manufacturing, is being stifled by red tape, limited funding, and inadequate regulatory framework. Yet, despite these challenges, our nation holds immense potential, and the potential that is waiting to be unlocked. To unleash this potential, Chairperson, we must remove the barriers that hinder investment, that stifle innovation, and slow the creation of jobs. The path to prosperity starts with the bold, decisive action to foster a business-friendly environment that empowers entrepreneurs, attract investments, and drive sustainable growth. Investment is the cornerstone of a thriving economy, driving job creation, infrastructure development, and technological progress. But however, South Africa faces significant hurdles in this area, including the political instability, corruption, and burdensome regulations that deter investors. Honourable Chairperson, recognizing the urgent need for change, the ANC's Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan provides a strategic roadmap to address these challenges. This plan aims to stimulate private sector investment, particularly in infrastructure and industrial sectors, which will not only generate employment, but will also revitalize local economies. Chairperson, to attract both the foreign and the domestic investment, we must cultivate a business-friendly environment, the one that allows enterprises to flourish without excessive bureaucratic obstacles. By streamlining business registration and operations, combating corruption, and ensuring transparent regulatory frameworks, we can build investor confidence and secure long-term economic growth for South Africa. Honourable Chair, The Freedom Charter asserts that the nation's wealth is a collective asset belonging to all South Africans, rather than being a privilege of individuals, as suggested by liberal economic theories. The Freedom Charter says, and I quote, "The nation wealth of our country, the heritage of South Africans, shall be restored to the people. The mineral wealth beneath the soil, the banks and the monopoly industry shall be transferred to the ownership of the people as a whole," close quote. "All other industries and trade shall be controlled to assist the well-being of the people. And all people shall have equal rights to trade where they choose, to manufacture, and to enter all trades, crafts, and professions." Honorable Chair, innovation is no longer a luxury reserved for developed nations. It is a necessity for the survival and progress of developing countries like ours, Bahaj. To ensure South Africa's competitiveness in the global marketplace, we must foster a culture that prioritizes innovation. Government has placed innovation at the center and the core of its economic strategy, with a strong focus on renewable energy, the digital technologies, and industrial development through initiatives like the National Digital and Future Skills Strategy and investment in broadband infrastructure. The government is championing the fourth industrial revolution. This effort aims to bridge the digital divide, ensuring that both urban and rural communities have resources they need to innovate. Yet we cannot own government efforts alone. We cannot rely on government efforts alone. It is crucial for the private sector, educational institutions, and civil society to collaborate in building a dynamic innovation system. We must invest in our youth, equip them with the skills necessary for a technology-driven future. More importantly, Chairperson, we must create an environment where ideas can flourish, where an entrepreneur in a rural village like Tlakhameng in the Northwest, or an innovator in Khayelitsha in Western Cape has the same access to technology like in Sandton, Gauteng, and other parts of the Western Cape. At the heart of the economy is the people. The economic growth is essential for our nation's progress. South Africa's economy significantly depends on mining and agriculture, which are crucial sectors. However, we cannot solely depend on them. It is imperative to diversify and seek new growth opportunities. The ANC's industrialization policy aims to transform South Africa towards a more varied economy. This involves enhancing the manufacturing sector, fostering export-led growth, and promoting investment in green energy. To succeed, we must remove barriers for small and medium enterprise while supporting expansion of emerging industries such as technology and renewable energy. Additionally, Chairperson, sustainable job creation requires a transformation in skills development. With youth making up a significant portion of our population, it is imperative to equip them with the necessary skills for the jobs of the future. The government is addressing the skills gap through initiatives like the National Skills Development Plan and various youth employment programs. However, to ensure these efforts, we need to align with the market demands. The stronger collaboration between government and private sector and the educational institutions is essential. Let us be clear, Chairperson. Honorable members, job creation is fundamental to the economic development. The ANC's policy framework aims to reduce unemployment by fostering a labor-intensive economy, particularly in key sectors as construction, tourism, agriculture, and services. But jobs is more than it's not just numbers. It is about ensuring the employment opportunities that are accessible, sustainable, and dignified. To support this, government programs like Black Industrial Program and the broad-based Black economic empowerment policy have been established to provide historically disadvantaged communities with access to economic opportunities. However, to drive this meaningfully and lasting employment, these programs must be strengthened, streamlined, and backed by private sector and investment. Honorable Chairperson, in light of the economic challenges our nation is facing, this August House must rise to the occasion and address the most pressing question: how do we ensure that economic growth translates into the real opportunities for South Africa and all South Africans? The following interventions are therefore urgent. We need to exploit our comparative advantages in all sectors of the economy. That is, expanding the trade in sectors like agriculture and mining where we have competitive advantage. We must find the policy intervention to reignite manufacturing sector in the country and mitigate the efforts of deindustrialization. We must establish factors that de-incentivize.
Your time, please, Honorable MEC, if you can conclude.
Honorable Chairperson, in conclusion, eliminating obstacles to investment, innovation, and economic development and job creation. It is not just a policy choice. It is urgent, and we must cut through bureaucratic red tapes and embrace innovative solutions and invest in skills development to empower our workforce. We must create an environment where business, both large and small, can flourish, expand, and create jobs. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkopane. Honorable members, we return to the House. The African National Congress will be represented now at the podium by the Honorable Ndlangisa Nodada.
Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members of the esteemed House, MECs in the platform, SALCA representatives, ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Africans, I greet you all this afternoon. I stand here representing the glorious movement, the African National Congress. Allow me to debate the sponsored topic by our member of the GNU, the Democratic Alliance, which reads as follows: Unlocking South Africa's economic potential, removing barriers to investment, innovation, economic growth, and job creation. This is, of course, a very interesting debate in the current sphere. Honorable House Chair, I will focus on a few points which I think if we as South Africa can focus on, South Africa's economic potential can be unlocked. If we can focus on our economic development, taking infrastructure as the thing that can be used as a turning point in our economy. This needs to be discussed robustly, because if we stand here and point fingers at one another, this we will not achieve. We're a government of national unity. Ingqondo zethu zihlangene zininzi. Makengabi mnandi ukuba kwimoto ezine blue lights xa sime apha sigxeke ANC. What are your members in the cabinet doing if it is the ANC that is making the economy of this country fail? Electricity, transport, and telecommunications can be improved to support economic activity. We may attract big business to improve our economy. It needs our joint effort now that we are a government of national unity, and forget about pointing fingers at one another. Our partners in government still act as if they are still in the opposition desk. You are now in government. Gone are the days when you pointed fingers to the ANC. Now, as you point with the one finger, other fingers are facing at you. Time is against us. This term will come to an end without noticing. Honorable members, there is a need to come together to analyze the impact of current regulations and explore ways to simplify and streamline processes to attract investment and encourage entrepreneurship. Our businesses have difficulties to access funds. Siyazi ke sonke ukuba ngobani abaphethe ibhanki. Ngopartner bethu kwi-GNU. There is a need to examine the red tapes businesses face in accessing funds, more especially our small businesses, to grow the impact on our economy. This will lead to access to credit, venture capital, and alternative financing options. I am surprised because when the sponsor of the debate was here, he said nothing or less about the topic. Instead, he debated the ANC, the EFF, telling us about the Western Cape government. Look at the country holistically, not only one corner. One of the most important aspects to look at is the importance of investing in education and skill that will make sure that workforce is equipped to meet the demands of the economy. We need to explore opportunities to leverage trade investment, regional integration initiatives to boost exports and attract foreign investment. We do not need to rely on USA or any other foreign country for grants. We have our private sector. We must discuss the role of private sector in driving economic growth and encourage private investment in key sectors. This to be done with careful consideration of growing this country's economy together. We need to remove obstacles to meaningful and faster growth through the government operation Vulindlela and its potential. Sinepolisi ezinhle singulo rhulumente yaka nje uba abantu bengaziboni. Sidinga nje ukubambisana siphushe siye phambili. Zininzi ke nezinye ii-areas of focus ebendifuna ukungena kuzo kodwa andisazuzixoxa ezifana no innovation and technological advancement, digital economy, intellectual property, innovation ecosystem. DA need to be realistic when refusing budget and medium-term expenditure framework that it will lead to economic growth and massive employment creation. But on the other hand, their refusal of budget will hit to everyone, including themselves. As I conclude, Honorable House Chair, I do not want to leave out the importance of discussing the potential for growth in key sectors such as mining, manufacturing, tourism, and agriculture. Kumele ke sibe sonke apha sonke sikwazi ukuthetha ngemihlaba sincediswe kule nto ye-agriculture. Masiqinisekise ukuba siyavumelana kulo mcimbi we-inclusive growth. Sixoxe ngendlela yokubandakanya wonke umuntu ukuze siqiniseke ukuba i-economic growth sithetha ngayo ibenefita wonke ummi waseMzantsi Afrika. Kufumaneke imisebenzi sijonge kwi-formal nakwi-informal sector. But the very last, as a woman, I cannot stand here and keep quiet about calling for justice for Cwecwe and many other victims of rape and all forms of GBVF. I charge this House to make sure that we fight against this scourge and unite in fighting it. Sihlalo wendlu, ndicela ukuyeka kule ndawo. Nangona ubusemkhulu umhlaba ebendingatyonjotha kuwo, ndixoxe ngendlela esinokuyiphakamisa ngayo indyebo yoMzantsi Afrika. Koko ndibethwa kukuba ngumlwelwe. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Ndlangisa Nodada. Honourable members, we stay now with the Eastern Cape, but we move to the United Democratic Movement, and therefore we invite Honourable Peter to join the debate. Honourable Peter.
Manibulisa sihlalo wendlu. Ndicele kuMzantsi Afrika ndiboleke indlebe namalungu alendlu. Manibulise kwingangalala, ingqanga inkokheli ubantu bonke holomisa owathi xa wayesuswa kwiphondo elalisakuba yiTranskei kwawa kwazonke iziseko zikarhulumente zabangela oluthwalelo sithetha ngalo namhlanje lokudinga imisebenzi nentswelangqesho zashiyeka ii-firms zivulekile zingenabemi. Mandigqithe ndingene kusingaye izigubungeli zeli lizwe oonogumbe bezoqoqosho ngabo abasibeka kule ndawo. Ukuthotyelwa koMzantsi Afrika kwizinga kwinqanaba elisezantsi, kwi-downgrading ke ukutsho, ukufika kwe-COVID-19, ukutshatyalaliswa kwelizwe, i-state looting. Loo nto yenza uMzantsi Afrika angene kumatyala kazwelonke. Kuba imiphumela yoku yaba yintswelangqesho, yaba indlala, yaba bubundlobongela, yaba lurhwaphilizo, yaba kuqeshana ngokuzalana, kwatshatyalaliswa kwanelizwe jikelele. Ukuwa ko-Transnet, ukuwa ko-Eskom, ukuwa ko-SAA, ukuwa ko-SABC, ukuwa kwe-Post Office, kwaba nokutshatyalaliswa kweziseko zezinye ezifana namaholo oluntu, i-Post Office, izibhedlele, izikolo, i-library, i-clinics. Yiyo loo nto sithetha namhlanje ngoqoqosho olungelihle lolapha eMzantsi Afrika. Masikhumbule into yoba ukufika kwe-COVID yayingeso siseko sikarhulumente, yayinto kazwelonke. Okwesibini, masijonge ezi economic townships zethu zilawulwa ngobani. Siye kukhomba iminwe komnye singabantu belizwe sisonke kunoxa silungisa imeko esikuyo ngoku. Iibhenki zeli lizwe mazisuse imiqobo ebangela into yoba abantu bangajajwa ngokwebala labo, bajajwe ngobobume beli lizwe ngokufanayo sonke. Ikhwelo kubemi beli masisuse ubuhlanga kwimizwa yethu ukuze sakhe uMzantsi Afrika ongenabala. Kuba sonke sikhwele kwibhasi enye, xa isiwa iwa nathi. Masisuse ukukhombana esweni hleze siphanyazane. Masilungise uqoqosho loMzantsi Afrika singajongi ukuba kuphethe bani nabani na ophetheyo ngoba sonke singabemi beli lizwe. Tata uMadiba, Tata de Klerk, zama sicinezela baqolana, zama ukuba mnqanabe sibe ngabantu abanye abakha eli lizwe, hayi ukuphambana ngeminwe emehlweni ngoba senza siphanyake enkosi.
Thank you for your inputs, Honourable Peter. Honourable members, the next input will come from the South African Local Government Association. As we welcome Councillor Mokhoje to the platform, Councillor, I do want to just draw your attention. There is a timer on your screen as you engage. It should be on the top right-hand side of the screen. You have 10 minutes. Please stay within that time. And over to you, Councillor Mokhoje.
House Chairperson, Deputy Ministers, MEC, Honorable Members of the National Assembly, Honorable Members of the National Council of Provinces, distinguished guests, I greet you all. Honorable Members, today South Africa is at a critical juncture where current decisions will influence the nation's economic future. The country is rich in resources, talent, and potential. To fully realize the potential, it is necessary to address and remove barriers to investment, innovation, and economic growth. The government has a primary responsibility to create and implement policies and regulations that simplify businesses' development and growth. The simplification is crucial for fostering an environment that encourages investment and innovation, thereby driving economic expansion and job creation. Municipalities as a fundamental unit of local governance play a vital role in creating a conducive economic environment by streamlining regulatory process and ensuring efficiency and transparency. It becomes easier for businesses to thrive, accelerating approval systems for businesses' license and permits, and setting up one-stop shops for investors can significantly reduce the complexity that currently deters investors. Additionally, it is essential to modernize regulatory frameworks to be more business-friendly and aligned with contemporary economic demands. Many municipalities currently face delay in processing application for license, permits, and zoning. Efforts to register spaza shops have shown significant capacity constraints within municipalities, affecting the establishment of both small and large businesses. Addressing these constraints is critical for achieving economic growth and job creation. We also urge the government to equip municipalities with the necessary environmental health resources to monitor food quality from all retailers, especially spaza shops. Honorable Chair, investment in infrastructure is equally important. As the South African Local Government Association, we emphasize the need to prioritize the development and maintenance of key infrastructure such as roads, water supply, electricity, and public transportation systems. In this digital age, enhancing digital infrastructure is also necessary to support the growth information and communication technology sectors. Small and medium enterprises are often viewed as key to future economic growth, yet they frequently face issues such as limited market access, the finance, and inadequate infrastructure, highlighting the need for additional support and intervention. Limited access to finance is another significant barrier for many businesses, particularly the SMMEs. Without adequate funding, entrepreneurs struggle to start and grow their ventures. To remove this barrier, we must enhance financial inclusion by promoting access to credit, improving financial literacy, and supporting initiatives that provide affordable financing options. By doing so, we can empower individuals and businesses to contribute to economic growth. Honorable Chair, collaboration between the public and private sectors can drive innovation and economic growth. Joint ventures in renewable energy, tourism, and manufacturing can open new opportunities for economic expansion. Moreover, forming meaningful partnership with educational institutions and supporting vocational training programs can ensure that the workforce meets industry needs. Education is the cornerstone of economic growth. However, Our education system faces numerous challenges, including inadequate funding, a lack of qualified teachers, and outdated curricula. To remove this barrier, we must prioritize education reform, invest in teaching training, and align educational programs with the skills demanded by the modern economy. By doing so, we can equip our youth with the knowledge and skills necessary to compete in a global marketplace. Encouraging businesses to offer internship and encourage businesses to offer internship for local youth can further strengthen workforce capabilities. Implementing these strategic measures can help remove barriers to investment and economic growth, paving the way for sustainable job creation. By adopting these strategies, the South African government, including municipalities, can effectively address barriers to investment, innovation, economic growth, and job creation. A collaboration effort among the government, businesses, and communities is essential for building a prosperous and sustainable future. These steps will enhance local economies and contribute to the overall development and well-being of the nation. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mokhoja. Honourable members back in the chamber, the Honourable Mokai will take the discussion forward on behalf of the Democratic Alliance. Honourable Mokai.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, and fellow South Africans, good day. Following the 2024 general elections, which resulted in a government of national unity, 3 national priorities have been set. 1, driving inclusive growth and job creation. 2, reducing poverty. And 3, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. These priorities are key in guiding the work of government as we move to strengthen service delivery and improve the quality of life for all South Africans. Given the fiscal climate, a debate to assess the government is moving, and particularly what is needed to unlock our country's economic potential, removing barriers to investment, innovation, economic growth, and job is of vital importance. The GNU has ushered in a fresh perspective in the executive and a breath of fresh air for South Africa, with numerous projects and initiatives being rolled out on a daily basis. And these range from groundbreaking initiatives such as the collaboration of the Communications Ministry in conjunction with the World Bank and GSMA to accelerate access to affordable smart devices for all by lowering cost, expanding availability, and bridging the digital divide. The Basic Education Ministry's move to eradicate pet toilets in all public schools with a completion rate of 93% and rising, strengthening and formalizing the early childhood development, as we've heard from the minister in the House a few weeks ago, thus ensuring that every child, irrespective of their economic circumstances, has access to a safe and quality education. Additionally, the digital transformation within the Home Affairs portfolio is worth noting. This is an effort to combat corruption and maladministration. But importantly, it is about ensuring that all South Africans have access to seamless service delivery at all times. It is troubling that our economy has shrunken over the years with a growth of less than 1%. This is concerning for a country so endowed with massive natural resources. Our economy has suffered largely due to corruption, bad policy choices implementation, poor infrastructure maintenance, and investment. It will take a monumental effort to reverse the damage inflicted by state capture. However, tangible change is evident stemming from the GNU. We therefore have a golden opportunity for government to focus on improving the business environment, strengthening governance and public institutions, reforming the labor market, and promoting trade and investment while addressing inequalities and ensuring inclusive growth. This will require a focused and concerted effort to restore our economy and improve the lives of all South Africans.
And Honorable Chair, the following is crucial in this regard. One, streamlining regulations. To this regard, we must simplify business regulations and reduce bureaucratic hurdles to make it easier for businesses to operate and grow, make it easier for small business to thrive. Government must provide access to finance and other support services for small, medium-sized enterprises, which are crucial for job creation and economic growth. Secondly, is to enhance infrastructure. Government must invest in infrastructure. This requires sticking to the allocated budget and time constraints if we are to drive growth. Thirdly, to promote competition. It is important to encourage competition in various sectors and break the monopoly to drive innovation and lower prices to make sure that we allow choices and various options. 4, strengthen governance. We need to improve governance structures and fight corruption to create a stable and predictable environment for business. Take decisive action to improve the rule of law in South Africa. We as Parliament must strengthen our oversight role that we take heed of the recommendations from the Zondo Commission. Fifthly, to promote job creation, we need to implement policies that encourage job creation, particularly in labor-intensive sectors like tourism and agriculture. Government must take the lead and have policy certainty. Reform labor laws to increase flexibility and make it easier for businesses to hire and cut our high unemployment rate. 6, we need to leverage on trade agreements. We must fully implement trade agreements like the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to expand access to regional and global markets. We need to promote export diversification, both in terms of products and markets, to reduce dependence on specific commodities. And lastly, to attract foreign investment. We need to create an attractive environment for foreign direct investment by addressing infrastructure gaps and improving the business environment. It is not achieved by crafting laws that demand ownership of companies by already wealthy local South Africans, nor is it achieved by threatening to take away investors' assets through the expropriation without compensation. These have the opposite effect. Honorable Chairperson and members, South Africa's fiscal situation is deteriorating. The national government has failed to reduce debt levels due to increasing expenditure and borrowing. This can be seen in South Africa's debt to GDP ratio, which increased from 26% in 2009 to a forecasted 76.2% in 2026. South Africa's high level of debt has led to escalating interest payments on our national debt, which reduces the budget available for frontline service delivery. The DA recognizes that unemployment and poverty can only be addressed if there is economic growth. This entails getting the basics right, including ensuring stable electricity and water supplies and effectively tackling crime. We must ensure that industrial policies target activities that promote or enhance infrastructure and innovation rather than specific sectors. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, the DA further acknowledges that in a highly concentrated economy like South Africa, our industrial policies can create monopolies, reducing competition across the economy. Policies must therefore balance the need to enhance competition while also acknowledging the need for large companies that benefit from economies of scale. Honorable Chair and members, I thank you. Baie dankie, ke a leboga.
Leboga. Honorable Mokai, thank you very much indeed. Honourable members, we now return to the we go now to the Deputy Minister of Employment and Labour. That's the Honourable Sabia, who will be giving us his views on the debate matter today. Honourable Sabia, again, the timer is on your screen. You should see it counting down as you are talking.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, the members of the NCOP, and all members, honourable members who are part of this debate. Honourable Chairperson, we welcome this debate and we believe it is necessary, but not for grandstanding and politicking about the challenges that we are faced with, especially the poverty that our people are faced with. We believe we need to be genuine when it comes to debating. I want to start by just addressing some of the issues that have been raised in this debate. I think it's necessary because it's a debate. If they are left unattended, we'll be doing a serious challenge and a serious crime to our people. I've got a responsibility also to speak as an ANC member on some of the issues that have been raised. One of the biggest challenges we are faced in this country, Chairperson, is that some opposition parties that we have in this country are just as useless as, I don't know, as anything that you might think of, because they lack content and the context that they raise issues doesn't assist our people. But the worst part of all is that they don't bring solutions. They don't have solutions that we can say as the country that this party is bringing to the table. That is the biggest challenge. Chairperson, I want to start by the person who introduced this debate, Honorable Member Badenhorst. He's raising quite a number of issues, which makes me worried about his level of thinking, Chairperson. Where he says the DA-run government, we see trains, they are running, communities are connected to grids and lights are on. Chairperson, I want to remind them that they are not in charge of national government. The trains that he sees running are run by PRASA, it's been run by the ANC. The state-of-the-art trains that he sees are the trains that have been introduced by the ANC for our people. The grid that he's talking about and the lights that are on are the lights that are operated by the grid that is operated by NCOP, which is a national competency that is run by the ANC and the ANC minister for the past 30 years. So I don't know what is happening in his head, but I think he does have a challenge, which I believe it can be two things. Maybe it can be dementia, or his skin color is misleading him, believing that everything that is good can be done by them. And I think we need to move away from that, Chairperson. Very dangerous. He further went, Chair, to say the municipalities that are run by the DA or where it governs, they are excelling. Chairperson, go to Kraaifontein if you want to see what DA is doing to Cape Town people. That place, Kraaifontein, Chairperson, if you want to see people living every day in sewer, that is everywhere, you will see it there. And it's under DA, not only in Kraaifontein. Go and see what is happening in Khayelitsha, Cape Flats, Gugulethu, and many other areas in Cape Town where black people are living. Cape Town is a tale of two cities, where the black majority are living in squalor and poverty and inhuman conditions, but white people are living in well-established areas, well-serviced areas. That is what DA is talking about when they say they are governing well. Yes, they are governing well for some and not governing well for the majority of our people. And it's now glaring what they want to do if they believe they will run this country. Forget that they are a 21% party. Chairperson, any person who will reject localization is a problem in this country. Localization, Chair, is very important for us in South Africa. Growing our in-house capacity, supporting our own companies and industries is very important in growing our economy. We can't rely on exports, on imports at all times, Chair. We need to build our own capacity. We need to make sure that our industries are capable. They do have capacity. Our economy must be strengthened and be based as well on our own capacity and our own companies. So anyone who wants to reject localization, you must know that that person might be handled somewhere, representing foreign views, wanting to advance their agenda. And we are going to continue supporting localization in this country because it's at the interest of the country. Build your own capacity, be able to produce your own goods. And that's what we are going to continue doing. Spoke about BEE, rejecting BEE, that is DA. That is DA at their best, Chair. Anyone who can refuse to acknowledge where we're coming from, I think, again, it's a problem. BEE is an instrument to redress the economic balances of the past in this country. It's only a person, Chair, who was a beneficiary of a racist and apartheid system that we are coming from and still wish to go back to that era. And I want to tell them that is gone, it won't come back. Where a few will be the beneficiaries of the system and the majority won't be benefiting. This system will benefit everyone, black and white in this country. We all belong into this country and we must share the wealth of this country equally. But we can't forget where we come from. We still need to do the redress and make sure that the African majority is to a level where all of us will say, yes, they've arrived. And lastly, raising the issue of data deployment, I just laughed, Chair, because he's forgetting what the DA has done to the people of South Africa, deploying matriculants. I want to remind him that the chief of staff that was employed by his leader, up until today, hasn't resigned. He's refusing to resign, rejecting and defying John Steenhuisen, Honorable Minister. And that's what DA is doing when they deploy and when they use cadre deployment. Talk is chief chairperson, they must reflect on what they are doing to the people of this country. It's easy to talk when we are not in government, but come to government, you will see the realities. Others, Chair, they are talking about the NCOPs, talking about the new winds that are blowing in this country. Talking about the ANC blaming the weather. We've never blamed the weather. In fact, she's reminding me to the time of his father, when he was responsible of this country, he used to blame wet coals. We've moved beyond that. We don't blame the weather. Those were the times when things were happening differently. Talking about the collapse of state entities. Talk is cheap once again. I don't even want to go there. But she knows what has happened. And we're fixing those entities, the government entities. A lot of work has been done. ESCOM is up and running. Transnet, we've made a lot of inroads through Operation Vulindlela. A lot is being done in different entities. SARS is now one of the best in the world. We are resuscitating quite a number of things. We agree as the ANC that yes, we've edges, but again, we are making sure that we deal with those challenges. I want to remind them that if you are a wind of change, you must speak the truth and speak the facts. In KZN, where they are the majority, after May 29th, 15 by-elections have taken place. NCOP has only won 3. They are such a wind. That's the wind they are talking about. ANC has won the majority. 6 of them were won by the ANC. So I just want to remind people that some of the things they are saying in public, they must be factual. We must speak facts and stop playing with the people and grandstanding. I wanted just Chair to pass by that and just raise those things. But we welcome the debate. As we are all aware, Chairperson, South Africa, like many other nations, continues to face significant economic challenges, and in particular, the slow growth of the economy. South Africa GDP growth has been growing at an average of about 1 and 1.5% over the past decades, which is 2014 to 2024, which stands lower than other emerging markets. It is clear, therefore, Chairperson, that a sluggish economy will produce fewer jobs. There are numerous independent factors to this low growth, and the question of job creation can never be dealt with in an isolated manner. And we are hard at work in making sure that we create a number of job opportunities, but we are talking about decent jobs. To drive inclusive growth and job creation is one of our obsession, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, and to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state, Chairperson. That is what the 7th administration is guided by the Government of National Unity Statement of Intent that are prioritizing. These priorities, Chairperson, are interconnected pillars that define our government's agenda to inclusive growth. Today's debate is an opportunity to reflect on interventions made so far and perhaps the challenges as we forge ahead to implement the MTDP of 2025 to 2030 over the next 5 years, Chair. Remain vigilant and adaptable to ensure our policies respond to evolving national and global context. This is the ANC, Chairperson, we're talking about, that has increased employment from above 7 million, which was just above 7 million in 1994, to 16.7 million in 2020, increasing it by 10 million, meaning that there is work. We are moving forward. We are not going back. Tomorrow is going to be better than yesterday. That is our obsession. The Department of Employment and Labour, Chair, plays a critical role in transforming the labour market for sustainable economic growth. Our strategy for 2025-2030, therefore, centers on creating employment with a set target of 2 million jobs and an economic growth, reducing poverty, and resolutely enforcing our laws. Our mandate is to stimulate growth and job growth and ensure that these jobs are sustainable, decent, and accessible. As a department, we champion policies that foster a fair and just labor market, empower small, micro, and medium-sized enterprises, and facilitate greater participation of stakeholders in employment creation. We don't politic about the poverty and the difficulties faced by our people, Chair. We want all of them to prosper. That is our mandate. While we drive job creation, Chair, we also protect the jobs created. The role of our inspection enforcement services is critical in safeguarding workers' rights, ensuring compliance with labor laws, and upholding fair practices. This priority speaks directly to the need for enhanced capacity in our labor inspectorate, ensuring that protection afforded by our laws implemented on the ground. We want to make sure that those who are undermining the laws of this country face the might of the law. We have upped our work when it comes to the compliance. We want to say to South Africa and its people, if you think compliance is expensive, try non-compliance. Then you'll realize that the consequences. We are committed to contribute meaningfully in the prosperity of this country as the Department of Employment and Labor, led by the Minister Makhosazana Math. Productivity South Africa and NTT in the Department of Employment and Labor, Chairperson, plays a crucial role in ensuring that South African business remain viable and strong in an increasingly competitive marketplace through initiatives that include business turnaround and recovery and competitiveness improvement services. Improved productivity in our businesses and cross sectors is essential for driving economic growth that translates into decent jobs, increased investment, and improving living standard of our people. Our obsession, Chair, is about decent jobs, not just any kind of jobs. Our labor laws are aimed at protecting the rights of both workers and employers. The goal is to promote equality in the workplace and regulate the labor market. They are to eliminate discrimination and foster inclusive employment opportunities for all. The laws are there to promote decent work agenda. We believe with all these and others laws, we are on the right path to inclusive economic growth. Of course, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, we continue to review and amend labor laws and reform them. As others have been talking about, we are hard at work doing that. There is nothing new that we are bringing. It's just that you don't have an idea of what is being done currently. As members, we continue to review and amend our labor laws. As I speak, there are labor law reforms that have not reached Parliament yet, as they are still being negotiated at network level. One of their central aim is to unlock South Africa's economic potential by removing barriers to investment, innovation, economic growth, and job creation. There is quite a lot of work, Chairperson, that we are doing currently, and the House will get the work that we are doing. And I can assure you that you will be very much interested to know the work that we are doing as the department in our labor law reform space. I do not doubt that when you get to deliberate, Chairperson, on these amendments, as and when they get to you, you will indeed appreciate their objectives of further unleashing economic growth in our country. We want to make sure that it becomes easy for investors to come and invest in our country and for business to thrive. If business thrives, more jobs will be created and many of our people will be taken out of poverty, while we're also making sure that our workers are working in a conducive climate and their rights are protected. Through the UIF and COIDA, Chairperson, the department provides social insurance to cover unemployed and injured workers. The CCMA also provides conciliation and mediation services. Through NETLEC, the department also encourages dialogue amongst all social partners. Chairperson, we are a caring government, and we have put many systems over the past 30 years that are making sure that it becomes easy for all partners in this country to engage and negotiate wherever we don't see eye to eye, but also to advance the agenda of this country. The promotion of decent work and inclusive growth is a core objective of SDGA. The department is at the center of promoting acceptable working conditions and creating equal opportunities for all. Also faced with the task of reducing debt and controlling spending, whilst at the same time creating jobs and saving them. Chairperson, you also have a situation of unemployment in our country, which is structural, deep-seated, systematic, and stable.
Thank
so
you,
the nature of unemployment in
Deputy
our country is
Minister. Deputy Minister, your time has expired.
Thank
If
you
you
very
can
much,
conclude, please.
Chairperson.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We must assure you that we are busy creating jobs and a lot of work is being done. Very soon we will see the results that is being done by the Department of Employment and Labour. Our people will live in
Thank
South
you.
Africa. Their conditions will be improved. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Sabia. Yes, I think the NCOP timer now gives a new meaning to having to face the music, as it runs out. Honourable members, we stay online now, and we're going to Limpopo. The MEC for Economic Development, Environment and Tourism is the Honourable Matibe, who will take the debate forward. Thank you, Honourable Matibe.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson and the Chief Whip of the NCOP, honorable members, my fellow NCOP MECs and NCOP members. Good day, Tawela, Ndimadekwan. The month of April holds substantial historical importance in the lives of South Africans. It is a month that testifies to our collective spirit of resilience and our ability to navigate treacherous times for the achievement of the complete liberation of our struggle heroes dreamt of. It is in this month that our country held its first democratic elections that saw the birth of our hard-fought freedom under Africa's oldest revolutionary movement, the African National Congress. In a very broad sense, democratic South Africa has seen to the undoing of the apartheid state's damaging international reputation as a result of political instability and discrimination, which caused investors' reluctance and a lack of commitment in entering into a long-term project. We have made significant strides, Honorable House Chair, since then. So much that even the people of our humble province of Limpopo are beaming with overwhelming confidence that their government is capable of attracting the right kind of investment for economic development and job creation. According to GCIS third quarter cluster report 2024-25, a majority of provinces experience an increase in citizens' confidence, particularly in the state's capacity to galvanize international investment. For our province, Limpopo, that optimism rose from mere 47% during the period February to March 2024 to 52% between October and November on the same year. Of notable mention from the report, other findings point to the further confidence among our people in our provincial government's ability to create jobs and improve ease to which people go about starting small business. The confidence that our people have in the ease of created for them to do business is highly significant in the context of investors' interest. This is especially since some of the general obstacles for investor confidence include restrictions that are financial, legal, informational, and regulatory that hinder business and individual from investing in specific assets. In a speech to a joint sitting of Parliament, His Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa emphasized that the importance of economic reconstruction and recovery to drive investor confidence. Key areas of interest to achieve this, as mentioned by the Honorable President, is investing in infrastructure, improving the business environment, developing skills and human capital, and promoting trade and investment. Honorable members, our people and communities are willing and ready to embrace foreign investment and the accompanying fit. It is for this reason that key focus area laid out by the President and that we are expanding the scope of investment. And in line with this, House Chairperson, we recently held a highly successful Limpopo investment conference aimed at unlocking economic plans to create jobs and attract foreign investment. The conference raised investment pledges of over 120 billion, with key focus sectors in agriculture, agro-processing, infrastructure, logistics, automotive industry, as well as tourism. Our province continues to work with different pledging companies to ensure that the conference commitments are realized. We also cast our attention on investing in manufacturing for creating more sustainable development and establishing more responsive economies. Our country and province have a land in expanse, but investment in land and agriculture has not yet entirely explored this well. Honorable members, special economic zones that are globally revered as catalytic for bolstering major economic growth, facilitating job creation, attracting foreign direct investment, and increasing trade balance. Limpopo is in the process of finalizing and establishing the country's largest SEZ in terms of landmass. Despite some impediments, processes are underway to unlock the potential in the Musina Makado SEZ. The township establishment on the north side was previously delayed by land issue, which has now been resolved by the 7th administration. The Fitahomu Special Economic Zone is in the process of designation. Currently, there are 46 companies, house chairperson, on the investment pipeline, with a combined investment value of approximately 52.6 billion rands. Both these SEZs have a potential to create over 16,000 long-term jobs for our people. In addressing other impediments to economic development and job creation, we are refurbishing industrial parks across Limpopo province, and this we are doing, House Chairperson, in collaboration with DTIC. We have established a one-stop shop that houses key institutions providing end-to-end services to investors, soft lending for investment in the province. As I move towards conclusion, House Chairperson, to quote the Freedom Charter, to which we remain faithful to realize all its principles for betterment of the lives of our people. The people shall share, open quote, the people shall share in the country's wealth. All other industry and trade shall be controlled to assist the well-being of the people. All people shall have equal rights to trade where they choose to manufacture and to enter all trades, crafts and profession, close quote. We must indicate that from the honorable member who opened the debate, House Chairperson, if that is what the DA will be, if they come into government, then it means we are reversing back to pre-1994. Rinerko isapanda no itamshumo samubuso wa African National Congress gangeno Limpopo rikori kavazulapo mubuso wa ANC udovanekedza mishumo zvachimbira zvavudi ndolibuwa akenzi. Thank you very much. Really.
Thank you very much, MEC Matibe. Honourable members, we come now to the Western Cape. The Provincial Minister for Agriculture, Economic Development and Tourism is Honourable Dr. Ivan Meyer. Over to you, Honourable Meyer, to continue the debate.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, and thank you for the sponsor of this debate. This is really the debate that we must have in South Africa. This is the most relevant debate, in my view, the only debate that we should have given the state of the economy. So I want to put on record my deep thanks and appreciation to Honourable Member Badenhorst for bringing this debate to the House. I think the major international partners, global investors are looking forward to this debate, and I want to thank him, but also to members who took part in this debate. I would also like to greet the ministers here, as well as the deputy ministers and my fellow MECs from the various provinces. Good day, and thank you for joining us here on this platform. This debate is very important for three reasons. Firstly, South Africa's economy has been in a zero or low growth trajectory for the last 15 years, as some of the members mentioned during this debate. Secondly, as a result of this zero growth trajectory, unemployment has increased with tragic consequences for people at all levels. Thirdly, this debate is important because the first priority of the Government of National Unity is to create inclusive economic growth. So the member who brought this debate to the House did exactly the right thing, because it is to create an inclusive economic growth. For this reason, this debate is of such importance that we can no longer reduce this debate to cheap political or ideological rhetoric. Die land kan dit eenvoudig nie meer bekostig nie. Wat nou nodig is pragmatisme, sodat ons inklusiewe ekonomiese groei kan bevorder en mense werklik uit armoede lig. Die onderwerp van die debat verwys na die ekonomiese potensiaal van Suid-Afrika. Kom ons kyk na die ekonomiese potensiaal van Suid-Afrika, soos agbare lid Sonia ook uitgewys het. Ons kort 'n visionêre benadering om Suid-Afrika se ekonomiese potensiaal te ontgin. Ek wil agbare lede en agbare House, ek wil vandag prakties wees, want ons het ook die vraag ontleed ten opsigte van die Weskaap. Ek is ook dankbaar dat 'n lid van SALGA ook op hierdie platform deelneem aan die gesprek, van metropolitaanse stede en subnasionale regerings soos provinsies speel 'n al hoe meer belangrike rol in die ekonomie. In die Weskaap het ons 'n sogenaamde apex prioriteit, naamlik ekonomiese groei en werkskepping, en daarom verwelkom ons hierdie debat in die NCOP. Our vision is to create a 1 trillion rand economy, creating a 5% GDP growth by the year 2035. But it's also our vision to create 600,000 new jobs by 2035. We have seen the employment results of the fourth quarter in 2022. Stats SA reported that South Africa created 169,000 new jobs in this period. The Western Cape was responsible for 167,000 of these jobs. We are stepping up. In the second quarter of 2025, Western Cape reported the lowest unemployment figures, 16.9%, and the Western Cape created 62,000 new jobs. We are stepping up. South Africa has exported, and thanks to all the farmers across South Africa in all 9 provinces, because South Africa has exported $14 billion of agricultural products in 2024. Agriculture is stepping up. Over the MTEF 2025, the Western Cape has now allocated 43.7 billion rand to our growth for job strategy. A budget is a policy, and we are clear. Growth for jobs is our apex priority. We are stepping up to fund the economic growth and jobs agenda of the Western Cape government. But we're also planning, Honorable House, to attract investment of 320 billion rand by 2030 and 450 billion by 2035. There is an investment potential, and later this year, on the 5th and 6th of November, we will host a global investment summit in the Western Cape. My target is to attract to this year 1 billion rand investment. The Western Cape is stepping up to unlock the potential. Our plan is also to triple our tourism and our export. In 2024, foreign overnight arrivals at Cape Town International Airport surpassed the 2019 figures by 8.9%, largely driven by 57.26% increase in visitors from the United States. In 2024, Honorable House, the United Kingdom contributed the largest share of tourists at 16.4%, followed by the US at 15% and Germany at 14%. 8.5%. I am now also, Honorable House Chair and members, targeting municipalities in the Western Cape to do more to promote local and rural tourism. A municipal economic and tourism summit is now scheduled to take place on the 8th till the 10th of July. We are stepping up with municipalities because this debate is a serious debate and it needs pragmatism and not political rhetoric. South Africa, as members during this debate have mentioned, have immense potential. We are a nation of possibilities. But according to the World Bank report, South Africa must step up with structural reform to grow the economy and create more jobs. The second part of this debate before us here at the NCOP is about barriers to economic growth. For over a decade, South Africa's economy has grown at less than 1%, and the reasons are well known. Deputy Minister Whitfield has spoken about it. The Honourable Member Sonia has spoken about it. Rigid labour laws, mismanagement of state-owned enterprises, policy uncertainty, load shedding, corruption, maladministration, poor infrastructure, ports, rail, logistics, and fiscal expansion and runaway public debt. Honourable Member Sonia and Deputy Minister Whitfield have both emphasized this during their speeches. The above are barriers to economic growth in South Africa. It doesn't help if the government commits itself to the just energy transition and the Green Deal when the Minister of Minerals and Energy says he will continue with fossil fuel. Policy uncertainty is a major barrier to economic growth. Minister Gwede Mantashe must please step up. I welcome the statement by the National Minister of Transport and the request of interest for greater participation in the management of our rail, road, port and logistic network. This is a move in the right direction. The DA is calling for the privatization of the Cape Town harbour to increase our exports. If harbours, rail, ports and logistics step up, South Africa will create millions of more jobs. Project Vulindlela is a move in the right direction. But honourable members, one of the biggest barriers to foreign direct investment is policies like localization and BBBEE. These are all code language in the South African politics. It means produce less locally and steal more globally. These are the barriers to economic growth and job creation. Localization or protectionism makes businesses uncompetitive and it kills free trade. BEE only benefit a few black political connected people. We don't need political ideologies or slogans. We need universally accepted sustainable development goals. To be frank, the ANC is the biggest barrier to economic growth and jobs. If we want to remove the barriers to economic growth and jobs, we must remove the ANC from government in South Africa. Their proposals is to punish the poor in their draft budget proposals, and this is the final nail in the coffin. With the latest polling of the Social Research Foundation, the ANC is standing at 32%. South Africa is well on its way to dump the ANC completely in 2026 and in 2029. Honourable House Chair, for South Africa to step up economically, the ANC must step down politically. Voters, you have the power to remove this ANC from power. Voters in South Africa, thank you for removing the ANC from governing South Africa alone on 29th May of last year. Thank you for this debate, and thank you to the honourable member that sponsored this debate, because this is the debate that should take place in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mayor. Thank you for your inputs. Honourable members, please now join me in welcoming to the chamber again and to the podium now the Minister of Small Business Development, the Honourable Ndabeni Abrams.
My apologies, House Chair, honorable members, ministers and deputy ministers, fellow South Africans, thank you for affording us this opportunity to engage with you on such an important topic on economic growth and barriers to investment in our beautiful country. It is my hope that we will approach this debate not from our different ideological frames and tribal politics, but a common interest of making this economy work and work for all South Africans. This debate precedes the 70th celebration of the Freedom Charter, which, as you all know, was adopted in 1955 at Kliptown in Soweto in the Congress of the People. As we approach the celebrations, we are reminded of the commitment the Charter makes to build and remake South Africa as a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and united country whose sovereignty belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and as encapsulated in the Constitution that we adopted in 1996. We have registered tremendous progress in advancing towards the goal of a united and democratic country, as much as others want to believe otherwise. We have noted in the recent past a return of apartheid nostalgia. Some are now calling the transformative policies about redress in our much celebrated Constitution, and I quote, race-based laws. This is the grouping that has committed itself to fighting transformation in our country, despite the glaring realities that show our people remain in poverty, unemployment, and are excluded in their own economy. Some amongst us are longing for a return to the apartheid era in South Africa. They have selective memory of our history and its impact on the present. They are committed to undermine all efforts of reconciliation through institutionalized transformation. To them, unlocking the country's growth potential is about removing transformative policies, allowing our economy to remain in the hands of the few, while our people remain mere spectators. This April, honorable members, as we celebrate Freedom Month, we honor the historic democratic breakthrough that granted all our citizens the right to determine their future. We continue to pay our tribute to the sacrifices of our leaders, whether we're talking about Owar Tambo, Solomon Mahlangu, Chris Hani, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, amongst others, who tirelessly fought for the freedoms we enjoy today. And we commit that we will never betray the cause of our freedom. While we recognize that we have made remarkable progress in dismantling apartheid's oppressive structures, economic emancipation remains an unfulfilled promise for millions of South Africans. Therefore, this debate today is about shifting our economy towards inclusive growth and job creation, which is the apex pillar of this government. Our government is in the process of finalizing its industrial policy to address the problems posed by untransformed economy that my neighbors on my left really believe that it is unnecessary to have. We are continuing to enhance our efforts to diversify, localize, and specialize our industries. This is the essence of our industrial policy, which must be resourced. Of course, people who have never been in power in favor of majority will never understand what I'm talking about. On Operation Vulindlela and government, we continue to deal with the energy constraints, logistics, crime, and unemployment, and these are very important to enable investment in our country. The Township and Rural Economic Development Revitalization Policy that we are finalizing will address the legacy of apartheid, which led to our people in the township and rural areas not being able to participate meaningfully in their own economy. This is why we are easing access and working on increasing funds to support our townships and villages, starting from spaza, hair salon, and all the businesses in our townships. Mayibuye economy yetu. We recognize that we'll be doing everything in order to increase our growth to 3%, as President has announced, and we believe that we are going to have to do the four things that must take us to the growth. Firstly, we need to fast-track economic reforms that are led by President Ramaphosa. Secondly, through the massive investment in new infrastructure and maintaining infrastructures that others go and announce as if it's something that they came up with, I mean, like 7 months down the line in government, and people want to claim all the work that have been done. Thirdly, through igniting growth and dynamism in sectors and industries where we have competitiveness or potential competitiveness. And lastly, through unlocking the potential of our people by including more South Africans in economic activities. And this is going to happen. The discussion we should be having today is not whether we should transform or not. This is the dead-end road. The question is how to transform our economy and get more people economically active in a way that generates short-term and sustainable growth and revenue generation. The answer to this, of course, is to drastically scale and improve our support towards MSMEs, and this is where we come in as the portfolio. We do recognize that small enterprises are the engines of growth, innovation, and job creation. As we speak, the country's 2.7 million SMMEs contribute 66% of all jobs. You can be happy or unhappy about it, but it is the reality. To meet the country's jobs targets, we need to double the number of those MSMEs. To foster a more supportive environment for MSMEs and cooperatives, we are working closely with the Department of COGTA, SALGA, provinces, districts, and municipalities, because ours is an integrated approach that starts from the garages, the shacks, to union building, and here to this parliament. And this is why we are saying there's a need for us to enhance our efforts in developing a national red tape reduction framework that we have already started to roll out in 200 municipalities, digitizing registration systems in order to know who are the traders in our respective areas, running awareness as people don't know what red tape is, but at the center of it is dealing away with the legislations that prohibit effective participation of small businesses. And of course, we can do all of this, but if access to funding is not increased, then it will be a pipe dream. This is why through our funding policy, we've made sure that we include the drafting of the movable collateral register in order to deal with the barriers that every time entrepreneurs go to banks or financing institutions, they must produce their title deeds, their house, and all of that. And we are saying, let's look beyond those and look at what our people have, including stock and cars in their respective areas. We have dispersed so much money, including in this province, that never budgets sufficiently for small enterprises, especially in the townships. We have dispersed 900 million in the Eastern Cape, 1.5 billion KwaZulu-Natal, 1 billion in Limpopo, 4.7 million to the Northwest, and many other provinces. The reason we feel it's important that we highlight this is because there are those who want to wake up and dream and believe that there's no role for this department, simply because they don't understand that we need to create jobs. And for you to do that, as you believe so much in the National Development Plan, you've got to make sure that you support small enterprises and therefore create access to opportunity and the support that comes with it. We have believed that there's a need for us to enhance our efforts towards supporting innovation and research, which is why we partnered with the different universities, especially on the faculties of commerce. We have established 121 incubation centers because to enhance innovation, it means ideas must be incubated and be built to a level that they can be prototype and products that must be consumed by those that are taking interest in it. We've established centers for entrepreneurship in all the TVETs and the universities. It is because we really believe that innovation that is driven in institutions of higher learning must find expression to commercialization, because all the great work that is being done does not find access to the markets. And all of this we are doing as government. We are enabling the Innovation Fund, which is the partnership between the department that I'm leading and Minister Nzimande's department, including the Localization Support Fund that Minister Parks is leading. And this is when, honorable members, I believe that we must take business opportunities to where people live, especially in areas where unemployment is the highest. And this is why our township and rural economic policy emphasizes the need to invest in the business infrastructure so that we reduce the challenges that are faced by entrepreneurs, and we are putting lots of money in that. I will be articulating the amounts when we come to the budget vote next time. At the center of this, again, is to ensure that we streamline the support both from local to national, because there are those that are opportunistically taking advantage of the gaps that are there by making sure that they are the ones that benefit from local to national at the exclusion of other entrepreneurs. Our experience in the past 30 years has shown us that this cannot happen organically, but through a transformative agenda carried through by government. The ANC remains committed to the cause of transformation and remains the most viable tool in the hands of society to achieve this noble cause. We've had many those who are arguing that the private sector can be trusted with sacred mission. If anything, our experience has shown us that the private sector is both unwilling and unable to do so, which is why we continue to engage. Because if we are talking about the BEE and all the prescripts that we've put in place, there are gaps, and this is why we are working with the private sector to close those. We're here, honorable members, to make a clarion call to enhance the Freedom Charter's commitment that the people shall share in the country's wealth by supporting all efforts that seek to support entrepreneurs, starting from access to land through the Appropriation Act, access to quality health, the NHI, quality education, the BELA, access to more funding through the transformation fund that others are rejecting, and scraping of all legislations that exclude small enterprises and our people in the economy. We're looking forward to the adoption of the budget tomorrow, as this is our hope to give effect to all the plans. I've had, as I was listening, many people saying this and that, and all of them have forgotten that the failure to get this budget adopted will mean like this was just a pipe dream. And to those that were saying everything, claiming to support the entrepreneurs, it is their chance to prove to South Africans that indeed they take the business of small business very serious, that they believe that government must support them and create a conducive environment for entrepreneurs to thrive, because without that budget, clearly people will be just politicking, and cheaply so. We look forward to having more allies, not only here at home, but internationally, that will really see the need to come and invest in South Africa so that we can be able to deal with the plight of our people and not pay attention to people who want to take us back to the past by making claims that seek to undermine all the gains that we have achieved. Those that want to believe that others must be persecuted and sent away from our country, they must feel free to do so on their own will. But we want to continue to plead and call upon South Africans to unite and expose all those demons that seek to undermine the transformation agenda that we fought for. Honorable members, I want to say it is important that we rally again towards supporting fair trade practices, fair trade policies, and a pro-growth budget. No country can bull us. No one must come and intimidate us, and no party can claim to be bigger than us. All the experience that we have has taught us to be resilient, but most importantly, work in a unified way of trying to bring South Africans together and leave the racial tendencies that we have and build a diversified country, and that will take South Africa to greater heights. Of course, as I said, others by mere application, because they were never involved in the revolution that we were to go through. They hereby applied, and they think they can come here and politic. They don't understand the importance of working together. They don't understand where this country comes from, because even then, as old as they are, some of them, they were traitors. They never joined the revolution. They are only here to enjoy the economic spin-offs because it favors them, because they never had to go through what we went through, and we shall never succumb. And the friends and cousins of Jan van Riebeeck, my neighbor, can go and join him. We are not going to give up. Whether you Dutch or German, we are here to say this government pledges and requests all your support. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister Ndamedi Abrahams. Honourable members, let's move on. The next debater, again on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, it's Honourable Nico Pienaar. Honourable Pienaar.
Ja, julle beter 'n bietjie bang wees vandag, papi. Thank you, Chairperson. Colleagues, what a debate today we've had thus far. Some very interesting points being made, some strong words, some criticisms, but some of us had to rather stay home today. Honourable Chairperson, honourable members of Parliament and the NCOP, and my fellow South Africans, good day, Tobela, Goeiedag. Colleagues, today's debate is, and I quote, removing the barriers to investment, innovation, economic growth, and jobs. And Honourable Chairperson, I must show appreciation for Honourable Badenhorst for bringing this debate to the House today. Millions of people out there are depending on House to find solutions for these questions. Chairperson, however, my colleagues from the ANC would have been wise to avoid today's topic altogether. When it comes to economic growth and job creation, history has already answered the question repeatedly. And the ANC's track record, decades of empty promises, disastrous economic policies, and race-based laws disguised as economic empowerment. All while millions of South Africans remain trapped in poverty. And with that being said, Chairperson, of course, the ANC sent Honourable Modise to the field today to open the debate. As usual, when they don't have any answers, they need him to mop up the mess. You will also note that he spent the first 10 minutes of his debating time speaking about race. So instead of building, he strives to divide us again, as always. Chairperson, Honourable Badenhorst, Honourable Basson, Honourable Mokai, and many others have already outlined clear, practical solutions for lifting our country out of economic decline and South Africans back to work. Their contributions have shown that economic policies, growth and job creation requires policies based on sound economics and not political ideology. I will not repeat their step-by-step plan to rescue South Africa. Instead, I extend an open invitation to the ANC, take our solutions, implement them and use them freely, no payment required. Because unlike the ANC, the DA is not selfish with ideas that will move our country forward. And then, of course, we must come to Honourable Chairperson, to Honourable Mackenzie, who contributed for the EFF today. Honourable Mackenzie had a very interesting way of debating today. She came to mostly criticize the DA government, both on provincial, national, and local level. My only question is, Chairperson, how many municipalities does the EFF govern? How many provinces does the EFF govern? Chairperson, it's things like this that bring me great concern. Those who don't govern anything should not give their opinions on the matter. Honourable Gericke is also, you can see, Chairperson, he's very, very loud today. And the other reason for that is the EFF had 15 minutes to debate. But guess what? Not 1 minute was given to Honourable Gericke today. Clearly, they don't want him on the debating floor with his radical policies. Chairperson, so with regard to the EFF so-called policies, history has already shown us the devastating consequences of their ideology. If we were to implement their dangerous communist rhetoric, we would see the same catastrophic results that claimed the lives of 80 million under Mao's rule in China, or the 60 million who perished under Stalin's brutal regime. That is exactly why the voters have rejected them. If those examples feel too distant, Honourable Gericke, we need only to look across our own borders to Zimbabwe. Mugabe's economic policies drove millions into destitution, and even now his party refuses to loosen its grip on power while Zimbabweans continue to suffer. Whatever the proposals belongs to the EFF belongs in the dustbins of history. Instead of making restless statements to the House, they should take a walk down to the Hall of Parliament's library and read up on what their proposed policies have done to the world. Last but not least, the MK party. Honourable Mokoena. Honourable Mokoena, you stood up here today and you asked a few times repeatedly, how dare we as the DA? Honourable Mokoena, I'm here to tell you, how dare we? Well, if we as a party do not stand up for freedom, fairness and opportunity, no one else will. You stood up here today and you asked repeatedly why we stay in the GNU. Honourable, we stay because it's in the best interest of this country and it's called a civic duty. And that is something the MK party knows nothing about. Be careful, Honourable Mokoena. Listening to your speech today, you said three things that are very concerning to your party. Sustainable development, less government, and more taxpayers. Those are capitalistic ideas. Chairperson, we all claim to love this country and the people who call it home, But love alone is not enough. If we as representatives of the people do not drive real change, then we should not be surprised when South Africans come knocking, demanding change they deserve. Baie dankie, kia leboha.
Hello. No, Chair.
Leboha Mtati Pina.
Listen.
Thank you very much, Honourable Pina. Let's move forward. Honourable members entering the chamber, if you can do so quietly, please. Honourable members, we move on to the penultimate debater. It's the opportunity of Honourable Mabilo on behalf of the ANC.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Acting Chief Whip, all members and fellow South Africans, Dumelang. Honorable Paternost, you cannot run with the hares and hunt with the hounds. South Africa stands at a pivotal moment in our economic trajectory. Our ability to unlock economic potential, attract investment, and create sustainable jobs is central to achieving a prosperous and inclusive society. As representatives of the people, we must remove barriers to investment, harness opportunities presented by global partnerships such as the G20, and drive economic growth through infrastructure development and technology innovation. The African National Congress remains resolute in its commitment to an inclusive and transformative economic growth agenda. As President Cyril Ramaphosa stated in the 2025 State of the Nation address, I quote, "We must continue with our efforts to remove obstacles to economic growth, including red tape, inefficiencies, unnecessary regulatory barriers, to unleash the full potential of our economy and create jobs for millions of our people," close quote. This commitment, Honorable Chair, is not merely rhetorical. It is reflected in action. The government has tabled significant financial commitments to drive economic growth, including billions of rands set aside for infrastructure development, technology, and innovation. I want to quote the Minister of Finance when he tabled his budget speech. I quote, "We allocate 812 billion over the next 3 years for public infrastructure development, including energy, water, roads, digital infrastructure, all aimed at stimulating economic activity and job creation," close quote. Honorable House Chair, this allocation is critical in addressing key bottlenecks in our economy of South Africa infrastructure development, which is a catalyst for attracting investment, enhancing productivity, and creating jobs. Major projects such as the expansion of ports and the rehabilitation of rail networks will ensure that our logistics sector supports rather than inhibits economic activity. We have already witnessed the impact of strategic investment in SEZs. An example, the Tuga SEZ has attracted billions in investment and created thousands of jobs in the Eastern Cape. Similarly, the automotive industry has thrived under supportive government policies, making our country one of the leading vehicles exporters in the world. In terms of renewable energy, more than 200 billion has been unlocked, creating the much needed jobs. Honorable House Chair, the tourism sector is a key driver of employment, which has seen significant growth post the COVID-19 pandemic. Government initiatives such as Tourism Equity Fund has created small businesses and expanded opportunities for job creation, particularly in rural areas. Furthermore, Honorable House Chair, the expansion of South Africa's film and television industry, supported by incentives and infrastructure development, has created thousands of direct and indirect jobs. South Africa's digital economy is another beacon of job creation. The government's commitment to expanding broadband access and supporting ICT startups is fostering employment in sectors such as fintech, e-commerce, and digital services. The recent launch of the Tshwane Innovative Hub has already led to hundreds of new jobs for young tech entrepreneurs. Investment in research and innovation is central to economic competitiveness, and South Africa's commitment to fostering a knowledge-based economy is evident in terms of the 5 billion allocated for technology, innovation, and research and development. The investment in the SKA project is a testament to our leadership in scientific and advancement research. Moreover, Honorable House Chair, the Department of Science and Technology and Innovation has already delivered to commercialize locally developed technologies, ensuring that our country entrepreneurs are at the forefront of the fourth industrial revolution. The partnership between government and the private sector players such as Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSSR, is enabling our country businesses to innovate and compete globally. Honorable Chair, the G20 opportunity offers a platform for global economic engagement for us as a country. As South Africa prepares to host the G20, we must seize the opportunity to position our country as an attractive investment destination. The G20 provides a platform to showcase our economic potential, to foster global partnership, and attract much-needed foreign direct investment. Hosting the G20 will allow us to advocate for Africa's development agenda, to promote the intra-African trade under the African Continental Free Trade Area, and enhance economic diplomacy to ensure investment in strategic sectors. Honorable House Chair, the DA is preoccupied with what they call and believe in the so-called market-friendly economic policies. And it is our concerted view that in short, historical experience in South Africa offers no grounds for the DA's faith in market-friendly economic policies. By way of contrast, the ANC firmly believes that the technical task of unlocking South Africa's economic potential lie within the capacity of the developmental state. Chair, it is unfortunate and regrettable that all of us are supposed to be focused singularly on one key issue, on which is the need to have a faster economic growth as a critical priority of the country. Unfortunately, Honorable Chair, the MK Party, the EFF, the DA, the Freedom Front, including the MEC of Economic Affairs from the Western Cape, Mr. Mayor, they have totally failed to rise to the occasion. Grumbling, moaning, complaining, fretting will not address the economic situation of the country. We must all rally around the growth agenda as espoused by the ANC. Honorable Badenhorst, Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Mayor, please climb down from your ivory tower and stop seeing the Western Cape from a prism or a lens of privilege. Take time, all the opposition. You have not read the medium developmental framework. It outlines the government's priorities and program of action in relation to the building of the economy. The first priority is inclusive growth. So you have exposed yourself, including Honorable Mayor, that you have not read the document. Instead of dealing with the current situation, you have opted to play to the gallery. There is a difference in the Western Cape between the haves and the have-not. And that is alarming and shocking. The DA doesn't care for the poor. Poor areas and informal settlements are plagued by poor service delivery and inferior service delivery. The neglect is just too palpable to hide. So therefore, Honorable Chair, we are extremely disappointed that such a very important topic as unlocking South Africa's economic potential, removing barriers to investment, innovation, economic growth, and job creation has not been taken seriously by those who participated. You have failed to prepare, you have failed to offer solutions to the country's problems. Honorable Chair, let me repeat once again that I never expected an MEC of Agriculture would stoop so low at this level and this platform, instead of using the platform to offer alternatives. Instead, it was to score cheap political scores. Well, we are not surprised. We surmise that the speech was written by the madam, and he has no option but to sing for his supper. You have all exposed yourself as being wholly inadequate. So the ANC remains committed to the growth trajectory and the confidence displayed by the world. The fact that we are the first in Africa, since the inception of the Group of 20, G20, we are the first in Africa to host this auspicious event. It clearly indicates the confidence displayed by the United Nations and the world in the potential of the ANC-led government. And I must say the ANC-led government is going to utilize maximally the G20 in order to advance the growth of this country and to address the economic challenges. We have the solutions. We have been in power, so we will remain in power. So thank you very much for the opportunity that we were afforded to present our strategic perspective in terms of how the problems of this country will be solved under our government. We will not be discouraged. We will not be disturbed. We will remain focused. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mabilo. Honorable members, the House now recognizes the Honorable Badenhorst to bring the debate to a close. Honorable Badenhorst.
Where's my... There we go. Honorable Chair, thank you very, very much for the opportunity. So today's been proven, and it's a sad day, and it's not an April Fool's joke. It's been proven by the ANC's debaters that the ANC's economic policy record is a catastrophic tale of mismanagement, corruption, and ideological confusion. It was clear. After 3 decades in power, the South African economy is stagnant, unemployment is sky high, and inequality is entrenched. Not because of global forces, like they are quick to point out to everybody, but because of deliberate, disastrous choices. Instead of fostering a competitive, investor-friendly environment, the ANC has clung to outdated socialist fantasies, bloated the public sector, and they've weaponized state-owned enterprises for cadre enrichment. Fact, it was explained to us today. Honorable Modise, thank you so much for totally misreading the topic of this debate, starting your debate by trying to make out that everybody who doesn't share your skin pigmentation are big, supreme white racists. Surprise, surprise, they're not. High debt service costs. You know why the debt service costs are so high, Honourable? It's high because the ANC has wasted our money on the public wage bill, and ANC politicians during the 9 wasted years have been thieving instead of investing in job creation and infrastructure. That's why our debt service costs are so high. Honourable Mukuna, thank you very much. You've pointed out once again, Honourable Mukuna, you've pointed out once again that the MK party has been nowhere. I mean, where have you actually ruled anything? So you don't have any expertise in anything that you've been saying. Yet you're very quick to hand out regrettables. Can I remind you of your main leader, the Honourable Jacob Zuma? I wonder if he actually got the Guptas to write your speech. I mean, we'll talk about it a bit later. To the Honourable Mali, the President doesn't seem to agree with you that Gauteng is the best place to host anything at the moment. I wonder if they'll come to the Western Cape. Yeah. I just want to say to DM Sabia, PRASA and ESCOM doesn't belong to the ANC. Newsflash. PRASA and ESCOM belongs to the tax-paying people in South Africa, the citizens of South Africa. The only thing the ANC has done to PRASA and ESCOM is to break it. That's it. Minister Nabini Abrahams, thank you so much for once again gracing our house with your presence. Please, can you just change your speech next time, because you do the same speech every time you come here and there's always a racial undertone to it. It's the only thing that you have to fall back on, seeing as your policies are not working. Honourable Mabilo, if you're wondering whether they're the hare or the hound, then I'm worried about you. Some hares try to be hounds. Which one are you? So, in the Western Cape, and I'm guilty of this, not just the Western Cape. In the Western Cape, in Koga, in the Midvaal, in Umgeni, where the DA runs the show, people have come to realize how DA policies actually work. And let me tell you something. I'm happy to wager that the residents of those places will not go back to the ANC ever again, because they've tasted what economic liberation under a DA government means. And the whole purpose of today's debate was to showcase the difference the DA can make when they're in power. And the GNU, the purpose of the GNU, my good friends, is not for the DA to sit and rubber stamp the ANC 39% party little projects. The job of the DA and the GNU is to hold the ANC to account. That's why our voters put us there, and that's why your voters has left you and deserted you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that closure, Honourable Badenhorst. Honourable members, that brings the debate to a close, and I'd like to thank the Minister, the Deputy Ministers, all the permanent delegates, MECs, special delegates, SALGA representatives, all of you for availing yourselves for the sitting. Honourable delegates, that brings us to the end of the day. It concludes the business of the day, and the House is therefore adjourned. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Recording stopped.